Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. Here we go, here we go, there we go. That's what we're here for. Hello! I was supposed to stream the other day, but I did not because somebody told me I should sleep in. And by that I mean the poll. But here I am today. Oh, so it is time for. I should have slept in more. It is time for main quest time. Which is the same thing twice, I'm aware. But I don't care. I got myself a nice cup of coffee, I got a pot of tea, and I got many characters that require main quest to be done. I probably should have done at least some preparation, like getting my inventory sorted out, but I didn't. So, poor scrub. Alright, today I'm just gonna lock in, get some main quest done, maybe run some dungeons. Nice chill, nice chill. Wow, her inventory is absolutely a mess. And the music's a little loud, but that's okay. Oh. I mean, is it worth using a fancy sprite? It might be. Nah, let's use a basic one. I mean, I probably should use a fancy sprite, but it doesn't matter that much, I think. Well, it was certainly been the last 2 weeks here, very busy with work, but didn't get called today. And maybe it's for the best. We actually had a holiday Monday, and I went out for a hot pot, which I've actually never been for, with some friends. And though I did manage to do a pretty good job of not taking too much stuff and ending up paying an arm and a leg for the food, I accidentally slapped my eye with a noodle, and now my eye hurts. And even worse, I hit my good eye. I have a slightly weaker eye and a slightly stronger eye. I hit the stronger one. Had to bring it down to size. But it was good food. Ugh. And when I say it was a holiday Monday, it's a Canadian holiday thing, but it also happens to coincidentally be the Chinese New Year as well. So I guess hot pot was really the right choice to go out for, eh? Oh, it's this long cutscene one. Now we do have a gold drop bonus active, so I might be a good idea to run some dungeons, even just like some solos or something too. Man. Look at this guy just sauntering by. Come on. I was gonna check how much. Oh, no, I don't even have enough for the weekly RC. I probably shouldn't buy backpacks. I was just thinking that my backpack situation is pretty sad. I should give away those statues too. Alright, now you let me go. Oh man, so the other day actually, because I was doing the video for the patch, I went and got my hands on the cursed buff. And of course the one that I got on this character was the move speed down, which is like the worst to have on this account since it's already got slow enough move speed. Which is when I found out you can actually just cancel those buffs. I'm surprised. I would have thought they'd made you stick with, or rather they would make you stick with it if you took them, but honestly, not bad. So at least I got back my 10%. I can't believe it was a whole 10% debuff for move speed. That's so sad. Now, this account doesn't even have any buffs active for the trends, do they? Yeah, no, not really. Honestly, I should probably switch to keep the controller here too. Oh, hey, Lousy! Stopping by for my unscheduled live stream. Oh, I was, you know, I put up the poll to ask what I should be playing. And I literally put the only options as sleep or play Aura Kingdom. And when I woke up in the morning, sleep was winning. So I decided to go back to sleep at 5 AM. Oh, this is from Honkai Star Rail. I've never played Terraria though. This is what Terraria music is like. Maybe I gotta check that out. Oh, I should probably do these eavesdropping. Oh. Somebody who wants a free statue. Well, I think that's a sign that we got our already started notepad and say Terraria music on the notepad. What are you talking about? Is there even like a skeleton somewhere? Oh, you meant the skeleton over there by the thing. No, it's just a random skeleton. Come on. Oh. Is this where I have to admit that I've never played Undertale, and so as much as I'm aware of the rest of the reference, I don't know anything about the character? You just hit these guys with a hammer, right? Yeah. Not gonna lie, I missed the 6th channel during Gathering. Oh, absolutely, but our server, the one that I was on before, used to have 8 channels. So when I was doing my alchemy, I had 8 channels to gather on, and that was quite nice. We do have the estate now for some growables, but eggs are still the worst. And they were bad back then, so I can't even imagine trying to do eggs nowadays. Observe the changes. You know what, Lousy? Maybe that's one thing I'll just let go. I'll just say I've missed the Undertale train and just stay on the platform where I am. I don't know. I'm gonna be finished my coffee in like the first 15 minutes. Hi, Josie. If you're making another coffee, make one for me too, please. I'm just about finished, and I can't exactly stop 15 minutes into the stream to make a second one. Although it is my third for the day, so you're actually still ahead of me too. Oh, it's down there. Not a fan of this little area because you gotta double jump to get out. Thus you can't be in combat. Although I guess it's not so bad with a Ravager, but on some of my other classes, when I'm trying to do the daily quest where you talk to the guy in there, they always aggro, and then it's annoying to try and knock them all down and get out of there as fast as possible. Gosh, I'm just remembering how much I love Ravager, though. So, like, I'm trying to decide what class to do my next awakening, or not awakening, sorry, my next cap level on, and it might be Ravager on my main account. So, I've been really casually just running solo S30 dungeons on my Ravager. And it's really nice. I assumed it was gonna be nice. But it is really nice. Should probably move the gear over there soon, but today's actually the day that I get my hands on the emblem pack from the Nightmare. I mean, assuming I don't screw up on the boss, but maybe I'll message my friend who's helping me run that Nightmare, and we'll see if they'll come by and we can finish it up live on stream. I'm not sure. I didn't really put a lot of thought and planning into today's stream. Uh-oh. What do you mean I can do it? I'm not specifically confident in which specific thing you're referring to there. If you mean getting my Ravager up to cap level next, oh, absolutely, it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of whether or not I would rather save the Ravager for, like, later? Because my my Duelist is a lot closer, and I feel like it might be fun to kit out a Duelist fully. Just because the Duelist is a higher level. I'm pretty sure my Duelist is already 36 or 37. Whereas my Ravager is only 31-ish, I want to say. Oh, this is where we have to run away and come back. I like the way that they tried to make the quest NPCs, like, appear with the, only for the quest, which is kind of nice because then you don't see, like, several copies of the same NPC around the map everywhere. But some of them are a little bugged in that you have to go away and then approach again for them to spawn. I used to think that you had to change channels for it, but at the very least, run away and come back is a little easier. Gosh, Ravager's Fire Bounce is the best. That's why I kind of want to do it on my Ravager next, even though my Ravager is so much further behind the Duelist. It's just that I really want to see, like, I mean, I'm not super endgame gear, right? Like, I don't have the best of the best, but I just kind of want to see what a Duelist can do in it. I know they're really single target, which is awful for those last two dungeons, and that's kind of the reason why I'm hesitating, but it feels like they'd be so much fun if they were properly built for, like, nuking bosses. Oh, that's right. This is this account's first time on this map, so all of those elites are gonna have achievements. Oh, I should probably go back and get them all. Just real quick, I need the LP anyway, so... Honestly, I should probably buy some backpacks, but I still haven't got the weekly... I still haven't got the weekly RC, so I should do that first. I should also run a Vault of Eternity or something one of these days. I don't run Vault of Eternity at all. I get all the LP I need on my main account from Bond Dungeons. And my port alt account just kinda wallows. I don't even get the RC every week, to be honest. But she's doing okay. She's not fully broke. Oh, hey, Sazin. Yeah, I did freshen up my playlist a little while ago and added in the Natlan music as well, or at least some of the tracks anyway, because it's really good. Even if it's completely unsuitable for this particular map. Speaking of Genshin too, though, I think I was mentioning it last time that I was getting a custom printed bandana with the Treasure Hoarders logo on it. I'd also handwritten a letter from Reed Miller, or one of the Reed Millers, I guess I should say. I had handwritten the letter from Reed Miller into the background of it. It arrived today, and it's so nice. The material itself is a little bit like because it's brand new, fresh printed, right? It's kind of firm, like it doesn't sit nicely, so I'm gonna have to wear it in a bit, but I'm super excited. I may post a photo of it later, but we'll see. My handwriting is messy, and it's just like the perfect amount of messy to look like it's artistic and not just bad. I really like it. Honestly, they weren't super expensive, so I very, very briefly considered perhaps ordering a couple extra and offering them as, like, prizes for something, like where if you were comfortable submitting your mail address, I would then send you one. But I thought maybe best to not do that the first time I'm getting something custom printed based off of my own artwork. And maybe for the best, because I've learned a little bit about the printing process. Like the resolution that I used was a little low, so the white kind of, because of the way they had to stretch it, the white text kind of has this slight, almost chromatic aberration sort of effect, where you can see like little bits of color around the edges where it's softer. And I think it looks cool, but it definitely looks like a mistake if you're not weird like me. So maybe in the future, because I like bandanas, because I like wearing bandanas, there will be midday merch that is just printed bandanas. Nobody wants that, but I like it. And that's why they'd be free. But I really like it, yeah, so maybe I will put a photo up later. Or are you a bandana fan too, Lousy? So, like, my issue was that I was wearing that Nier Automata one. Like, and it's really, really nice. But I wore my first one to absolute pieces. And then I had to try to find another one, and it was super expensive because it was like a good from a concert. And I needed to try and find somebody that was reselling that. Like, years after the concert happened. So I thought, you know what, if I want special bandanas, I'm gonna have to make my own. I got a nice hat too. I do like hats as well. Bandanas and hats. You know, you gotta protect your scalp. Sometimes when your hair gets a little thin because you're getting a little older and you go outside and you get a sunburn in the top of your head, that's the worst. Protect your head. I hit the escape button to skip it, then went to take a sip of my coffee, so I could not accept the skip. That was how much LP for that achievement? Doesn't even say it in the log. I guess there was none. No, he did. Of course he didn't die. If I enter the dungeon, he's back there again. And no, they did not. They did not kill off Eleanor, and I did not. And did not just jump scare you with a story spoiler. I'm just gonna write it one more time. There's a gold buff on. I know this character is okay for gold considering. But the other thing, of course, is that I could use more fragments, although I think we got some as we were running those quests. Yes, we did. I've got to fortify my S20 armor. He's going through a sensitive time in his life when he's not quite sure on his identity. So you know what? We're just gonna call him whatever it is that he wants to be called every time we see him. And if this time it's Eleanor, you know what? He can be Eleanor. And once he's settled on a name, we'll be right there beside him saying, hey, good job, bud. Figured yourself out. Okay, advanced secret stone, we probably don't need those. These low-level charms, we should just start using them. I don't think I'm going to be continuing that daily quest on this account, so that's fine. Alchemical powder we do want to keep, because I've got enough Ancient Eidolon fragments, or I will have enough Ancient Eidolon fragments to make another 50 LP coupon. Do I have anything going on with an emblem on this account? No, not really. Well, that's Unbound. What else can I get rid of here? I mean, I probably shouldn't get rid of that. That's probably throw-outable. Eat that. Drink that. Oh look, 1% pen. You need 10 of these to do anything. There's no way. Oh, I should have used a proof of mission. I forgot that I had those on this account still. Anyway, that should be good for here. I don't even have enough fortification scrolls to do anything, but may as well now that we've got some fragments. Hey Jack! It's been a while, are you still playing the Impact version? Inventory is an absolute debacle, so this is embarrassing to to show up here. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, I just the Impact version really was not my vibe, but this version of the game, I actually really like it. And if The fact that I'm still playing it wasn't enough. Hold on a second here. Costumes. Doop, 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 doop. Where is it? It is right here. Yeah, actually, my V2 model here that I'm using is a screenshot of this costume, which is immediately behind the chat. I'm great at this. I'm so good at this. Yeah, I'm actually a huge fan of this game. I absolutely adore it. Hello, Matera-san. Matera-san V. Oh. What else can I do to my inventory to make this a little bit less painful? We should just reuse another one of these sprites, that's fine. Maybe pop somebody ore into my bank. I don't know if I've got bank space on this account either. So this is actually my alternate account on this server, if you're not familiar with what I got going on here. So I think it was about 2 years ago I started a brand new account just to see what it was like for the new player experience. And I'm just working my way up. As you can see, I've already got my character to S25. I'm not sending any freebies from my main account to this one, so she's earned everything she's got in her inventory here. She's doing pretty good, all things considered, I'd say, but I don't put a ton of time or effort into this account, to be honest. Oh, Matera-san. I'm trying to stream at different times so that it's so that I can see what times people are actually able to make it to, but I'll admit that today was extremely short notice. I was on call for my day job in the morning, so didn't really know whether or not I was gonna get a call from work. So I didn't want to schedule something without knowing for sure, which made it difficult. But take care, and I was gonna say have fun at work, but more like I hope things go well at work. It's probably a better thing to say. Oh. Oh, right, the last time I did this, I didn't insta-crash. I didn't insta-crash during the distributing goods quest, so this is going to be exciting to see whether or not that's been fixed. Now, I did talk a little bit last time about how I'm hoping to get a set schedule at work so that I'm not on call as much anymore. It's a little bit complicated how it works because it's a union place, and who gets positions has everything to do with seniority. And obviously, because I started earlier this year, my seniority's not great. But you still have to like pass qualification to get it. So it's my understanding that right now they're going down the list of everybody that showed interest and checking the pre-qualification. So there's a chance I could still get a set schedule sometime in the short future. But we'll see. So for the meantime, it's still going to be a very haphazard, schedule-less stream. Next week, there's some specific days that I actually have guaranteed off because complicated reasons again. So next week I can probably announce streams a little earlier. Anyway, this is the moment of truth. Am I going to crash? They fixed it. It's such a lame thing to be excited about. But it was broken for like, I want to say a couple years. It's like, it's the bare minimum, right? That you shouldn't have a quest where literally every time you do it, it is going to kick you out of the game and you have to restart. But, I mean, at least it's fixed. And look, this is another one where the NPC doesn't spawn until you run away and come back. You know, I kind of wish, like, these floating swords are pretty cool. I kind of wish that they had a thing where you could, like, convert a mob into a pet the same way they have that you can convert a weapon into a costume. I think that would be cool. Except I don't know if I'd go for these guys. If I could convert a mob into a pet... I mean, actually, a floating sword would be kind of cool. But I seem to think there was a really cute mob somewhere else. You can already have a Vaughn contract. What are you talking about? Isn't there a Vaughn contract? Anyway, I think the wolves on this map are really cute too. So they'd be a great choice. We'll get there pretty shortly, but it's like the ghostly wolves, the ethereal wolves, I suppose you could call them. I think they're really cute, and those would make a really nice pet. But I seem to think that those little hedgehogs on the S95, or sorry, not S95, the pre-awakening level 95 map are super cute. And would be worth petifying. Pet-ifying, just to be clear, is what I was said there, but there's like these teeny little hedgehog mobs. They're super cute. I just realized I've got my experience covered up too, so you can't see how much experience I'm getting for doing this, but it doesn't matter because I don't remember how much I had when I started. Anyway, I think the wolves are the next section that we're going to. Yep. These guys! Yeah? I'd vibe with having one of these guys running beside me. I mean, I have... This mob actually already is a pet because I have it on my wizard. But these little wolves... I like them. I like them a lot. Right, Lousy? Oh, that's right. I don't know if you've seen this map before. But yeah, like these little frost harpies, I literally have them as a pet on my wizard. Which is nice because my wizard is an icy wizard, so they look great. But these wolves, I'd love one. I'd love to have a little wolf. Maybe I'll write to the developers. I won't just say make an item that you can turn any mob into a pet. I'll say make those wolves into a pet, and that's it. That's more realistic. Not the chill vibes of this song. Another autopath quest. Oh, here's my coffee. And that is it for my latte. I'm pretty sure like one of these quests here is a instance one. Yeah, there we go. Whew. This is just the, yeah, that's the dungeon in the Silent Icefield. The same place that you fight Zar Kazal. I haven't fought him in forever. I don't know if you've even beaten him on this account, but he is the most annoying of the dragons prior to awakening. It actually took me forever to be able to solo that dungeon. I don't remember if I've even done it on this account. Like, I don't even know if I'd be strong enough right now to solo the level, is it what, level 75 dungeon? And I don't know if this character could even do it, because it's just that annoying with the effects that the boss does. May as well give it a shot after this, after we finish the main quest on this account. I don't even remember what characters I have main quest to do on my main account either, so it'll be a bit of an adventure just trying to find them all. But for this account, after we finish this map, they'll be caught up. So I'm thinking we just hop on over into Zar Kazal's dungeon, see what happens. How's my detail damage anyway? I mean, it's not negligible. Alright, so based on my memory, the issue with Zar Kazal is that number one, he has those reflect skills where every time you attack him, he spits out ice at you and it kind of spreads in both directions on either side of you when it hits you. Then he also has the, I'm pretty sure he steals life. And then he also has the skill where he cages you and it leaves just a little crystal on the ground. So if you're trying to solo him, then you basically just can't get caged, because if you get caged, you're toast. It's been a while since I've actually properly fought him though, so there might even be more to it. Oh right, when he goes in crystal mode, when you attack him, not only does he heal, but he does the reflect thing. Like Zar Kazal. And this account doesn't have Persephone. Actually, does this account have any immunity eidolons? Oh, I have to spawn him. Hold on, let's check. No, 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 no. Oh, Irene. Irene is a immunity eidolon. Okay, we'll pop Irene in here. It's so surreal seeing all these what used to be super rare Eidolons here, because they've just been giving them out for free. But yeah, I think Irene is my only immunity Eidolon. I really gotta get my hands on a Persephone here. Gotta psych out for Zargazal. Oh, Lousy, I'm not really in a position to start buying just fragments, especially when I'm only at 8,000 gold on this account. I probably want to save for my S30 weapon, like to do a crafted one. I feel like that is the best move for this account right here in terms of what's actually going to help her along, and honestly, maybe even skip crafted S30, because this one isn't bad. My Kerberos? Yeah, maybe I skip crafted weapon and just actually go for the S30 armor. I'm still on S10 here because I still need to fortify the S20 to be worth it. It's gonna be a while. Oh, but crafting is so expensive. I should have done more when we had the event on, but I just was out of materials for it. But you know what this account has that's quite rare? I think this account has like 4 oath rings that are tradable. You can make bank off that. Oh, that goes against the spirit of the account though, Lousy. I can't accept free things. Oh, don't worry about it. Oh, you guys got snow over there, Cece? We got our first snow of the year. Or rather, I should say of the season, because we didn't even get any snow in December. And we got our first snow like 2 nights ago. It didn't stick though, it was just like a couple little giant flakes. It was a bunch of giant flakes, so they were really really unstable, and they melted basically the moment they hit the ground because the ground was still too warm to support them. Oh, I don't like where you're going there, Lousy. I think that this account needs to be... I think this account needs to be self-sufficient in terms of no advantages that the average player wouldn't have, because I'm sure the average player isn't getting a random person sending them fragments in the mail. Modded sedan stuck in front of your house? What on earth is a modded sedan? Like lowered or something? I should probably talk to Murphy. Lowered sedan. Man, if you live in a place where there is snow, maybe don't lower your sedan. Not far enough away from Murphy? Yeah. Oh, the LP doesn't show in that log, it shows in this log. No wonder I couldn't see the LP when I was looking earlier. Anyway, I said we would, so we're gonna... Time to go fight Zargazal. See what happens. I swear I'm forgetting that I've done this before, and it didn't go well, so we're just gonna go and try. We're not gonna put a ton of effort into it, I'm not gonna bring out the big guns, I'm just gonna try once, and then move on. And by not bring out the big guns, I am going to use a Navia Feast, and I've got too many of these in my inventory, so I'm using one of my one-day manuals. But that's it. Now if I do one-shot the boss with my flame, with my my flame slash here, I will I'll be very embarrassed at how nervous I was to fight. How about that? Do I have like any potions besides the... I mean, I do have these. Okay, well, we'll stick it in the bar. Okay, we're not one-shotting the boss, but we're doing a pretty good amount of damage, so... might actually be able to do it. And the fact that I didn't get an achievement for killing her suggests to me that I have at least done this once. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The god of electricity decided that we were stopping that conversation. My apologies. I swear it wasn't me. Oh, you know what? I was playing that this morning, Cece. Yeah, I was actually going through and finishing up all the aura lines and chests on Tyr. I completely forgot I had Tyr's lightning god. Hello, Kai. But yeah, Cece, this morning I was going through my maps and just clearing out all of the chests and aura lines. Well, see, if you want to discuss it at a later date, perhaps this is not the best place to be doing wheeling and dealing, but in general, I used to sell Eidolon Wishes, and there's some items that I simply will not do anymore. So if it's one of those items, like if you want pure, what is it, pure magic? Conversation over, I'm not doing it anymore. It's the pure magic crystals from the unicorns? Oh gosh. Maybe I should not say this out loud, but when I was working from home at my previous job, when it was quiet, sometimes I would try to farm those just on my third screen kind of deal. For a price, Hachikun. I only charged 100G. I charged 100G for pure magic. And that was not a fair price. I need to value my own time more because I could go an hour getting none. Not even one. Anyway, I'm feeling slightly more optimistic than when I started. Perhaps Zarkazal is no big deal anymore. Perhaps I'm strong enough. But yeah, no, like legit, I used to sell wishes too, because that was how I made a pretty good amount of my, of the money that I ended up spending on very silly things. You know what? I think we can do it. I think we can do it. We just don't attack him while he's... This is what I'm talking about. That, if it hits a player, it shoots out this row of ice around the player. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was my first time beating him. The account is growing. We can beat Zarkazal now. There was literally nothing beneficial that I gained from that other than the satisfaction of knowing that I could now beat Zarkazal. But yeah, freaking pure magic. I swear, like, I could go 2 hours and get one. Because, and I know a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the drop rate buffs, but as long as you're not facing enemies that have a really high drop rate, oh yeah. Who's spawning? Oh, Dachan! I don't think this account even has her. Hold on a second. Big charm. Oh, that's right, I used big buffs. That's the reason why I could beat it, I'm sure. But yeah, no, like spending 2 hours farming the same mob, getting nothing good out of it, and then... Oh, no fragments. And then at the end, having only like 100G to show for it, my price for pure magic was like way too low. I even added like a surcharge for any crafting stuff that required the annoying mushrooms. Oh hey, Harmonia's still here. I thought, for some reason, I saw Harmonia missing. Maybe there's people that are actually fighting her now. Not me though. I can't handle her. That's really weird though, because when I was going to get the recording for oh goodness, it's who is it that's on the other map right now? Why can't I remember which Eidolon it is? I don't remember. I'm tired. I'm always tired. When I was trying to get the recording footage of the other Eidolon that's chilling on chilling in Canditon, I came by to see if Harmonia was here so that I could compare how long it took me to fight them, and she was just not there on any of the channels, so I thought that maybe they took her out. But yeah, she vibing. Oh, hold on a second. This is a good chance to show something. See how I've got her targeted from this far away? Now, apparently... Yeah! If I had a straight line to her, instant movement all the way to the boss. I wonder if this'll work from here. Boop! That's not supposed to work, by the way. And it kind of borked the display for my Eidolon because of how far I traveled to do it, but... Rapid movement. There's, for most mobs, you can't keep them targeted from this distance away, though. And if you run into anything, it blocks it. But yeah. Oh, geez, that warped me further forward than I was expecting there. Alright. Finished cleaning up my inventory. I'm pretty sure everything that I actually want is locked, so, like, yeah, these are locked. We should be able to just open them up and dismantle and then move on. Alright, well, it's not awful. My inventory's a mess, but it's not like the worst mess. Oh, let's actually just go back to login there. Ta-da! One account done. This is cute artwork. I wish I had a clean copy. Yep. Typing password. Okay, so I know for sure that Konono has the S1 maps, and that one's a pretty long chunk of map. Like, that one will take quite a decent amount of time. So who else do I think has some? Midnight is also midway through it. Actually, considering that these guys are all, like, just before the tip over, I think Athol might have some. Oh, Tragic Dusk does too. I've been working on leveling up my Necromancer since a certain somebody seems to really want my, sorry, Reaper, I suppose is the proper name. A certain somebody really wants Reaper to be a little bit more active here, so I've got her up to S5, so now she's got a new map to go on, so I suppose we could just kind of work our way up. So we start on the S1 maps, and then we'll do the S5 ones. This guy might have the S15 still open to do, and then Midnight has a little bit of the S30. Yeah, we could just... I'm pretty sure we did Even Falls, but yeah, we'll just kind of work our way up then. Alright, Kanono. Evil? What are you talking about? She's, she's cute, right? My Reaper? She's super cute. I love the way that costume looks with the, with that particular scythe. And again, I've bragged about it before, but that being like one of the rarest costume items in the game. Literally nobody even cares because it looks identical to the one that you can just pick up super easy in the, whatchamacallit here. This one. It looks identical to this one that you can get with just 100 insignia. Right? Like, literally no effects that are different between them. I don't know, I just think it's a really cool scythe. Alright, so she's got noble cuisine. Oh, that was the accuracy item that I had to use to get through my awakening because I was so, I did such a bad job of that awakening. That was pretty bad. It was a pretty bad awakening. Definitely need more accuracy for that in the if I'm going to be trying to do a gearless one in the future. We're going to throw this in here. As you can see, we are building up unidentified summoning stone so that at the end of the month, once I'm done with my proof of diligence, we can summon a bajillion Eidolons, but unfortunately I did miss a couple days, so it's not going to be the absolute most that we can possibly summon, and I'm sorry, but just I missed a couple days. I was doing stuff. I don't even remember why I missed them. I think I just forgot to log in. We have some more Eidolon statues, so let's see if we can't give them out. Yeah, she can eat her fragments. Cheesy tomato ciabatta. Oh, we got a bite. She's gonna need more backpack space too, though. This account actually has LP though, so we'll buy some backpacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus one of each scroll. Or a Kingdom Impact could never. You know, the, jokes aside, this is still pretty expensive. That was like, what, 8,000 LP? So my scrub account can't really afford to throw 8,000 LP on just a backpack. This account can, though. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the... Oh, actually, maybe I do want the accuracy, because that's gonna hurt for this, this next map. Anyway, proven missions. Oh, there we go. Got one more bite on the statues. Right, what else do we need? We need at least a sprite. Sometimes, because my keyboard is non-standard, I forget what the right button to, like, separate stack items is. And I feel really dumb. Oh shoot, I should have used these. Because I can't put them in the warehouse. Yeah, I may as well just overuse it. So Elite Guardian sprites overwrite the blue sprites. Adventure Protection, that's not going to do anything for me anymore because we're above Awakening. VIP Sprite overwrites the Elite Sprite, and Sanctuary Protection isn't going to do anything either because that's only inside Gaia. I just want to fight Eidolon. I mean, it could be kind of fun to test out how she fares with and without this. But it is only like Oh no, that's 35% detailed damage. That's pretty good. Anyway, we should be good to get started here. I am gonna book every quest. I may as well. So I think we'll need about 75. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm still subless. Whoops. Maybe I should get a nocturnal weapon. How much gold does she have? You know, it's interesting that she doesn't have 500 gold, because when you use the, whatchamacallit thing, I mean, I guess it's a paid item, but when you use a boost card, I thought that the 500 gold item was supposed to, like, replicate the amount that you should have gotten from doing quests, but you don't even get 500. Yeah, so she is subless still, because I still didn't pick a sub. Obviously doing a subless, gearless awakening is beyond the capabilities of even my main account here, but I wonder if I might be able to handle, like, a, just gearless, where you've only basically got your main weapon and sub-weapon equipped. Anyway, I am gonna try to grab a nocturnal weapon. This guy doesn't sell weapons, does he? Oh, it's a Starber. Where's the weapon merchant? Crit rate against bosses. Speed. Chance to stun. Oh, these are expensive. These are like 3 gold apiece. Knockback weapon. Okay, I'm not gonna go below 400 gold trying to get a nocturnal. Basically 3 more. Alright, this wasn't meant to be. Anyway, which one of these do we think is the best? Crit rate against bosses? Probably. Oh no, the crit damage one. It was a 15% crit damage one, right? I think that's the one we stick with, yeah. You know, back in my day, you would buy sub-weapons over and over and over again until you got one like this that has 2 effects on it. And one of them was nocturnal, and the other one was damage percent versus attribute targets. So you'd literally spend thousands of gold on cheap weapons trying to get perfect ones for each element, and oh boy, did that take forever. So, one time... yeah, Grandma, here's my coffee. You know what? I could go for another cup of coffee. I really could. But the one time, somebody actually paid me to sit at an NPC and buy sub-weapons for them. I mean, in-game money, right? Like, they fronted, like, 5,000 G and were like, okay, sit at this NPC and buy weapons until you get the right ones. And I'm just so trustworthy that they were willing to do it, and I did. I didn't waste their gold at all. I bought weapons until I got them what they wanted, and I learned from the experience that I could not afford to do the same thing. I did ultimately get a full set of Sword and Shield, Elemental, and Nocturnal sub-weapons, but later on, when Pen became so much more important, you basically kind of needed to have a sub-weapon that could support Pen and other stats. So they kind of became outdated, but now I wonder if I had saved those Sword and Shields, because I actually tossed them, like, in the last year, I think? Like, I finally stared at them in my warehouse and was like, no, we don't need these anymore. I finally tossed them, but now I'm wondering, since my pen is high enough, I wonder if maybe I might have been fine just to keep them. And now they would have been helpful in, like, the abysses. Oh, you know what else might be helpful in the abysses right now? elemental headgear. Dude, that's still a thing that anybody does. I'm sure there are people that still do elemental headgear. I bet you I still have some in my bank here. Owned hat. I'm pretty sure the bells were my ice element one. Where are my bells? Where's my bells? These ones. Yeah! There you go. Enchantment card damage against ice targets. Bonus 80% damage to ice targets. Back in my day. I bet you there are still people that do that, though. And honestly, if I was really intent on grinding a specific abyss right now, I suppose the option of even like getting a set of secret stones specifically for versus that element isn't like out of the question, but it is a matter of just how much you want to invest in it. So you know what, I am going to message my friend that we're doing Abysses, or the Nightmare with, and see whether or not they feel like running a little early today. Oh, that was barrier repair. By the way, I'm streaming, so if you feel like finishing the last Nightmare on stream, let me know. Not sure how long. Oh, he's streaming. But yeah. Oh, they immediately replied, sure now if you're around. But not like for the... Hey! That would be cool. Yeah, totally. They're gonna pop on and we'll finish off our last Nightmare. Let me know and I'll switch to... I will eventually finish this quest. Oh, this one's really annoying. I don't know why they decided that this particular quest had needed to have gather 18 herbs and open them up. It does not feel like the rate is half and half for which one you get. You know, speaking of pets though, because we were talking about pets earlier, there's a transmog for the white ferret thingy, right? But is there a pet for these guys? Because these guys are pretty cute too. Gosh, I should ask my my friend to let me get first hit on boss so I don't screw up and not get the reward on the very last day. Alright, I take it back. It's being nice to me today. It's just sometimes you get, like, 15 of the poisonous herbs, and then you have to keep gathering more. Alright, I'm just gonna turn in this one quest, and then I'm gonna hop over on my guns, because they are ready to go. For Nightmare! Oh. So right now, Noon has all of my good equipment. Well, not all of it. I accidentally left the, whatchamacallit? The Holy Spirit? No, my anima. I left my anima on my other character, and I don't know why. But yeah, Noon's got the majority of my good equipment, so I was kind of thinking that we should probably move this onto my next cap level character. Which is why I was worried about which character I should actually do it on. I really do think I should go Ravager, but just the fact that my duelist is so much closer makes it so much more enticing to actually go for. Anyway, we're gonna try recruiting, but we can do it just the two of us if necessary. Channel 2. May as well switch channel then. Now, if I'm being honest, I'm not even 100% certain what emblem I should be taking from the box, but I'm gonna get the box, so I can think about it slowly over time. The important thing is just getting it, because I think my emblems are about to expire. Yeah. 8 days left. I mean, not about to expire. They're not that close, but... They've been really bad about oath rings, huh? You know, I'm tempted to think that the reason why they decided to do one Paragon the last couple weeks is because of the New Year's. But I think if it was New Year's celebration, they would have mayhaps made it a little nicer. Like, what's up with this? There's 2 Thunder God crystals in the same row that you can win if you get the lucky star. It's a little silly. Where is it? This one, Chronowood. Oh yeah, we got somebody. Man, her inventory's a mess. And I'm actually 1/4 of the way there for getting a holy weapon, so maybe I should push through on this, then go over to my duelist. Because my duelist could use an S35 weapon. Perhaps. Perhaps. Oh, Lousy needs green bay leaves? Hold on. Oh, those two. Green bay leaves. Are those, you can grow those, I think. Anyway, do I have feathers? I should have feathers. Not that kind of feather. I swear I bought like 10 of them last time. Oh, 3. I have 3 left. That should be enough. Our friend isn't actually inside yet, so maybe we should wait or not. It'll be fine. I will wait for them at the last boss anyway, it's no problem. And usually, because I barely do any damage here, I'm not doing 0 damage anymore, which is improvement, but I barely do damage. So normally when it comes to Eidolons, I'm gonna support my lightning friend here by using a different lightning Eidolon from the one that they're using. As you can see, they're doing plenty of damage just fine. All I'm contributing is a little bit of debuffs. Now on this section, these guys' red AoEs are awful in that they do a ton of damage, so I think the easiest way is to either charge through first or wait for your carry to get through, and then you can sneak in while they're resetting, because these mobs don't follow you. The other thing I do with my Eidolons is healing with my Iwanaga Hime, because her percent-based heal is super OP in this dungeon. Since all damage is nerfed, your regular heals don't really do much. Then other things you can do as a as a gun is you can charm the priests so that the boss kills his own priests. Although once the boss is dead, charming the priests isn't very helpful because it just takes longer to kill him. Oh, hey, Blinko! Oh, so you guys were talking about the estate too. It is a bit of a pain the way that they have the farming set up. What do you mean that's just what you'd expect of me? I'm doing my part. I'm helping. I'm contributing. A little bit. A teeny tiny bit. Alright, we got everybody here. Operation Don't Die. Making a boss kill his underlings. Look, it's their fault if they're gonna fall to a decoy, okay? And I'm not even locked on the boss. Probably pull out the lightning Eidolon again so that my I can at least contribute to that. And there we are. That is all. Victim blaming. I mean, if you want to call it that. That was really smooth, though. We only had 3 people, and it went really well. Well, as you can see, I've already taken my manual. So, emblem time. Oh. Yay, emblem! If they didn't want to be killed... Did I actually say that? I don't remember saying that. But you know what? If they didn't want to be killed, they shouldn't have died. Sounds legitimate in terms of video game. Nightmare Emblem Ritual. Do I have some ritual? I do. So we're going to run solo one last time here too. I've actually gotten a cute mount from the solo boxes here. And I know this is supposed to be main quest, but you know what? This is a side quest. I mean, frankly, if they didn't want to die, maybe they shouldn't have stood in my way. But yeah, I gotta decide which of these is actually going to be best for my account here. But I don't have to I don't have to do it right now. I can take my time and think about it. Hello, Triema. They will pay for their existence with their lives. I don't know. I don't think that tone of voice really suits me all that much, but I mean... I wanted the emblem box, so like, maybe they should have let the barrier down if they wanted to survive. Right? You can't get through the barrier until they're all gone. Not much I can do about that. I think even in solo mode, it's not worth charming them. Because they don't do as much damage. Yeah, we're good. Alright. And after I beat this, I'll have 2 left over. So maybe I get to run it one more time tomorrow. Anyway, there's no real reason to keep these. If I got any more, they would expire at the same time as these ones because they inherit the oldest timer. And I don't really need any of the other items that are available in the exchange. The oath rings, unfortunately, these oath rings that you can get in the reward for the party mode, it's a really limited box. So like, it's got some of the spawn eidolons in here, but not all of them. Actually, I think those are basically only spawn eidolons, eh? But it doesn't have these old ones that I actually need, like Nalani, Vayu. Yeah, some of these older eidolons that I don't have 4-starred. If they had those eidolons in there, I'd be inclined to actually bother to try to get the oath box, but for the most part, all my spawn eidolons. Yeah, everything inside that box is already done. You know, considering XGB was helping me out, and XGB is super strong and able to solo it if they wanted to, not a big deal in terms of the time that it takes, although I am super appreciative that they were willing to help. The problem is that this account just can't use that, and though my Scrub account could, I'm not gonna just ask them to run it a couple more times for Scrub, right? How many do you need? 10? Yes, that's 4 more times for one oath ring for Scrub. Oh, and now X is hitting me with the facts about these second mobs. I know it's just a dot from those mobs, but it's the thing that kills me every time. If I get it, I don't have any potions handy, so it's the thing that kills me. Dark Fire Lightning skill damage plus 15%, pen plus 5%, chance to inflict greed debuff when attacking, increases damage taken by 10%, plus elemental damage by 10%. You know what? We're gonna throw in her in here, because I don't think we need to keep her locked to this character anymore. I know they aren't, but if I was able to get an easy oath ring for those old eidolons, Plinko, I think I'd still do it. Like, there's no reason not to if it was easy. Anyway, back to Kenono. Maybe I'll pull out my Greek contract for her. Since I ended up buying it. May as well, eh? Alright. By the way, when you see this, the guild menu popping open and closed, that's me accidentally missing the F button for function. I guess there's a part of me that just assumes that X-Legend won't bother ever adding them to the LP store. And I think when we were talking about it before, my opinion hasn't changed since then, that even if they added it in as like a ridiculously high cost, I'd still be okay with that. Like if it was something crazy like 50,000. Alright, but like, let's not get too comfortable at asking about for things that came to Aki to this one, because in Impact it took 10 keys to max out an Eidolon, and I don't like that. What, 10 keys and 3 beads and 1 oath ring? So yeah, they were accessible, but it was, the LP was way too valuable for other things in that game. I wonder how the, I wish we had a better way to compare the way that the two servers are going, because I kind of do wonder whether or not the new version is still, like, got a ton of people. Eat a bag of glass. That's a new one. I don't know that I've ever heard somebody say that before. Although, have you ever heard of Shattered Glass Casserole? Or is that like something that maybe only our family has? Hold on, I gotta Google something. Shattered Glass Casserole. Oh my gosh, I don't see anything on Google for it? Oh no, there is a couple. Okay. So basically, we call it shattered glass, but it seems like when you Google it, what you're actually looking for is stained glass casserole. But our family always called it shattered glass. It's basically where you take like a casserole dish. I know what you were talking about, but now I want to talk about a dessert that I liked from my childhood. It was basically like a casserole pudding dessert where you would set Jell-O in like a thin sheet, and then you would break it up, like you would kind of cut it into glass shards and layer that inside the pudding with a graham cracker crust. It was delicious. And as you sliced into it, it would look like there were shards of glass inside your pudding. But not really pudding, was it? Yeah, I guess it was pudding. Anyway, it was tasty and it looked pretty. I think our family put pineapple in it. And the reason why we don't really make it anymore is because they changed the way that they changed the recipe for the Jell-O, so it no longer sets when there's pineapple juice in it. I don't remember exactly how it worked, but I know that pineapple tends to impact the setting of Jell-O. Or gelatin in general. Have I been remembering to use my experience books? I don't think so. Oh, you guys can't even see my buff bar up there. I was just thinking, I don't know whether or not to use a pedal water. Oh no, I've got the pedal water, sorry. I don't know whether or not to use my cheesy tomato ciabatta or take another accuracy buff here, because I kind of feel like the accuracy might be necessary. I'm gonna try soloing the Dimensional Hall after this, so but probably best to have the accuracy. Hello, Eliza. Good question. So, I tend to take it really easy on the majority of my characters, where I just run a Dimension Hall. So, Dimension Hall is probably about 5% a day. So, from level S1 all the way up to 20. 20 days a level, that's how many days? That's quite long, right? Hold on, where's my calculator? I can't do simple math in my head. Let's see, 20 days a level times 20 levels. Oh gosh, that's 400 days. So slightly over a year if I don't do any actual work on the character. Give or take. But if you're actually actively playing the character, it's not going to take anywhere near that long. As for this Kanono character, I'm probably not going to be working extremely hard on leveling her up, because I have some other characters that I'd like to do more work on first. So it does kind of depend on it depends on just like how much time you have for playing and what you find fun to do. So personally, if I'm not actively working on a character and just running Dimensional Hall, that's like, what, 2 minutes a day? And you'd have an S20 character in a little over a year from S1. But if you're actively working on it, you could probably do it in like 2 weeks. Not even. Yeah, but yeah, the characters that I'm not actively working on, they very slowly trickle up. And then I kind of like that once I'm ready to work on them, they've got like a decent base of experience there for me to just start on. Gosh, how long did it take for Scrub to get to S20? I betcha I could check that. And my Scrub character I don't actively play on either, right? Like Scrub is my alternate account that doesn't have the big benefits of my main. I'm pretty sure there must have been a live stream I did when she hit level S20 for her. For her S20 maps. Hold on a second. Let me go back through my live archive here. What to spend LP on, Kai? Highly recommend bags. So you're on the right track there, because having a comfortable sized inventory just makes, in general, playing the game more comfortable. The other thing I would recommend would be Eidolons, because Eidolons are going to be the key to your archive. So as for which Eidolons, it does depend a little bit on what you're looking for. Like which archives you're looking for, but like, for example, let's see, who's okay, that's right, they had a Qingmiao here. Idun is an immunity Eidolon, so she's quite nice if you don't have her and you need an immunity Eidolon. Kerberos is a pretty solid flame Eidolon, not necessarily the best. Izanami is part of some good archives. Was it Izanami? No, I'm thinking of, sorry, I was thinking of Verdandi. Verdandi is another really, really good one because she's a part of like 6 archives. I spend everything on costumes. And you know what? I'm not even going to say that you're necessarily wrong about that, because having a character with an outfit that you like, I find that to be quite important as well. So I like picking up costumes. That being said, if you're doing okay on LP, another thing that you probably want to do is under the limited weekly items is you probably want to pick these up every week. And of course, if you've got the LP for it, it's not going to hurt to start stocking up on the superior fortifications for once you're at the point that you need those. Don't use them on your early game gear because you don't need to go up to plus 30 on early game gear. But for example, my Scrub account probably should have at least plus 30, or at least my Scrub account should be focusing more on these as well, because these are going to be helpful in the long run once you're trying to run dungeons and whatnot. But definitely the ruby coins, which again I should probably buy right now so I don't forget about it. They reset on Wednesday morning, so they reset this morning, I guess I should say. This morning game time they reset. I completely forgot ruby coins because for me it's just I've got so much LP. Like I make enough LP on a weekly basis that it doesn't even come to mind to think about how much it costs, but on my scrub account, I do struggle. Eliza, definitely Dimensional Hall. And right now, Dimensional Hall is actually... You can do it by yourself. So it's a little bit easier than it used to be, where you'd have to queue up for a party to look for somebody. They've made it so that you can activate it all on your own. Hold on a second here. It'll be a little bit of a struggle on this character, I think, but we're just gonna go for it. So basically every night, every single night, I run Dimensional Hall on, I mean, if you've seen my my character select, I run Dimensional Hall on the entire left side of the screen. We do a lot of Dimensional Halls and Bond Dungeons every night, and that's how I get my LP and experience. Takes about an hour every day. Alright, so costumes. Go to costumes. Oh, that's right, they added another one. I should probably actually be looking at what I'm fighting here. You miss. Yeah, I kind of thought the accuracy would be an issue, but... I also don't have an Eidolon out. Alright, we're gonna get out an Eidolon. Hold on, who has accuracy? You do, but I'm in combat! Come on. Really? That's not far enough? Neither of us has enough accuracy. There. Quickly, while he's resetting. No! Guess I just have to actually fight it. Oh, darn. I forgot that it doesn't heal if you don't get the full charge. There. Alright, a little bit of accuracy. Come on, Abraxas. Don't forget that you're, if you have those default costumes from when you first started in your inventory, you're probably better off just tossing those out because they take up space, you can't store them, and they're also not dyeable. So even though they're orange, and orange costumes usually are dyeable, those ones are not. As for me here on this particular character, I've gone for cute energy because I was trying to cosplay a little bit as the character Konono from a certain series of games. Anyway, that was the Dimensional Hall. So if you're a little bit better geared than this, she's still in S70. She's still in S70, so she's not super well geared up for this area, but even then I was able to kind of make my way through the Dimensional Hall, and you can't see the experience that she got, but it's a good chunk. So on a daily basis, getting somewhere between 5 to 10%. I mean, frankly, if you were trying to do 10% experience a day, that's not that many. It's a Dimensional Hall and a couple daily quests. If you're actually going to actively run dungeons, you'll be able to level up a lot faster. But as for me, just everybody gets a Dimensional Hall every day. And then from there, it's just a matter of who I feel like focusing on. Now that I think about it, when I was doing my awakening on this character, did I even have a contract out? Oh, that's the basic Abyss. Yeah, the Abyss 2 is on the bottom for some reason. You know, if you've if you've got a lot of dragon points, another thing that you should pick up if you're looking for costumes is you could take a look through here, because again, a lot of these aren't dyeable. and none of them are particularly fancy, but they do kind of stand out because not very many people use these ones. So they're it's another option for costumes if you don't want, or rather, I keep forgetting that my chat is there. I'm sorry. If you're looking for a costume that's a little bit different from what everybody's using, these ones are dragon points and various emblems, right? So it's not too many. If you're working on any other professions, you might have a bunch of those sitting around anyway. But yeah, like the big die pack, it's super cheap. Yeah, 999 costume die for just 1000 G. Right, they do put a little bit more fantasy in it. A lot of the more modern costumes are just cute, right? Like if you look on the Paragon right now, is it the yeah, it's this one. Alright, this one is pretty fantasy. I like the sleeves. And hey, if you're looking for just like cheap costumes, go to the last page. They're not super expensive on the last page. I mean, they're older, but much more reasonably priced. I used this costume for quite a while too. Way back in the day, a friend gave me this costume. How to get better move speed. So this character is using Imperial armor, which gives me a little bit of extra move speed. That's not great advice though, because Imperial cores don't add anything to your DPS. So if you're earlier in game, you probably don't want to be doing that. What can you do in early game? You can use food. That's a good one. Like if you're around S1 right now, let's see, Petal Water, level 90 food item, and Cheesy Tomato Ciabatta. That gives you 20% move speed across them, plus 10% experience bonus, which is always nice. And I forgot to turn in my quest. What else is an easy way to get move speed in early game? I'm pretty sure... No, you probably don't want to craft the Nori Pan if you're in early game because you need your accessory slots for real gear. You can use an Eidolon with move speed stars. Is there an S1 drink too? I usually use Petal Water because it comes with the experience, and I guess I use Petal Water mostly because I use it when I'm trying to level up, eh? Eidolons like... Oh, what's her... She's a holy one, right? She's an early game holy one. Where'd you go? Eidolons like Kotonoha are nice because they have... she's got the move speed stars on here. I know getting her to 4 stars is probably not very economical, but move speed star Eidolons are another good way of getting some move speed. That's one of the reasons why I like Merrily as an early game choice, because Merrily has move speed stars, which is nice because she's stuck on your bar. You have to feed them up though, so there's some stuff, like there's a little bit of prep that you gotta do. Is the S1 drink a 15% move speed? I think it might be. Damage taken down. Alright, then the other thing you can do is fortifying trophies. Okay, I keep trying to forgetting where I need to put it so that you can see. Can give you a little bit, but that's not very much at all. Goodness, where did I get all my move speed from? Probably all archive, right? Eidolon archive. Oh, other attributes? That's gonna be where it is. Extreme speed. Yeah, I've got 60% bonus move speed just from my archive. That is not new player friendly. Sorry, I think your best bet right now is probably to focus on other aspects of your gear. I know move speed is so nice though, so probably the food would be the best way to increase your move speed. It's 6 hours with a gold piece of food, like with the gold food. And I forgot to turn in my quest inside the dungeon. I'm locked in. But as you probably saw, my scrub account isn't exactly doing great for moves. Oh, you might not have been here while I was on her. If you look back on my account, my scrub account also has pretty bad move speed, so it's just one of those things you kind of got to work through. Locked in on the wrong thing. The other option is you can look. I was gonna say you could look at which classes have move speed buffs, but that does not help if you're trying to level up a certain class because you like it, right? Like for example, guns is an inherently quick class. Oh shoot, I was also the other thing. For your defensive spec here, extreme speed, if you can get it up to orange, I'm pretty sure you can do that using with the Inventory Encyclopedia. You don't need any rare drops for it. That's 15% move speed right there. Weapon Mastery, 15% move speed right there. You got more move speed. I just realized I haven't even hit 30 on either of my paths. What a debacle of a character. I got 5 points too. Yeah, I know it's really uncomfortable to be going at low speeds, but food, real fast 10% just from each one of the one food item that'll increase it for you. It's 10%. I think, and as I said, there's a whatchamacallit, a 15% one as well. That needs these, right? This one? Wait, no, that's Petal Water. Yeah, that's Petal Water. I forget which one is the next one up that's still got move speed on it, but yeah, I think there's some 15% move speed gold food items that you can use. That is a super easy way to just immediately get some buff there. The downside being that you could also be using triple strike or detail food. And of course, if you're on the field map, get a mount. And if you glide and then trigger your mount with Shift R, you can glide and use your mount at the same time, so you can get around the map a little faster. As long as you're not picky about what gold mount you have, you're not worried about the stats for it, you can usually pick up some pretty cheap common gold mounts in the auction house, like maybe, gosh, I think I struggle to sell some for even at 100G. What on earth is going on with my buffs here? Oh, that's right. I was just using whatever it dropped while I was leveling up. Whoops. And I kind of hate to recommend it, but you can, if you've got a bunch of low-level armor stuff around, like crafting stuff, you could try to make a low-level Imperial set, which is kind of what I did for here. I've got my Imperial set that's got the move speed on it. One bestial because I didn't get a... Oh, geez, I've got one spidery and one bestial, so I'm kind of a bit of a mess here in terms of attempting to do a move speed set. But as you can see, with the gear tabs, you could create a set of stuff that's all just move speed buffs, and then anytime you want to get around quickly, you switch to it. And then once you are... Okay, hold on a second here. Unable to use the skill. Then once you are fighting, you just switch back. There is a hotkey for switching your gear tab. Hold on, I think it's... Oh gosh, I don't remember what those F keys are because they're not F keys on my keyboard. 1 second. I have to look it up. System settings, key bindings... Right, F10, F11, and F12 you can use to swap your... Yes, thank you, Plinko. Sorry, my keyboard is non-standard. I say it all the time, but the F keys are kind of hidden on a separate layer. So you can use these keys to just quickly swap between different gear tabs. So if you had a move speed gear set, you could swap to it, and then when you need to actually fight, you can swap back to your fighting stuff. So that's another option. A little bit on the expensive side, though, and I don't know how much I would recommend that for new players. Although if you're S5, if you're level S5, you can go for the... Yeah, I mean, sometimes it bugs out, that's true. I was gonna say, though, if you're S5, another gear option is there's the Eternia gear. Hold on, there. It's the bottom set, right? Yeah, the Eternia's Energy Belt at S5. This is a pretty easy set to get your hands on because it just takes the Vault of Eternity fragments from the lower levels, which are pretty easy to get into parties for, I think. Like, look, there's people recruiting for it in chat. Plus, you probably want to be doing Eternia for the LP anyway. Ugh. You're right. It does drop quite quite a bit as well, and I betcha. I was gonna say I betcha some people stick it in the auction house still, but I think it's so devalued that there's not a lot of people that bother to put it in the auction house. Yeah. Man, I swear I had lunch, but I'm suddenly super hungry. I'll go through this one. And here I was thinking I'd do the S1 and the S5 and then keep going up, but I'm kind of hungry, so I think maybe after we finish the 3 S1 maps here, I'll go on to Midnight and finish off the S30 and then call it there for the day because, or maybe I get a snack. Maybe I take a break and get a snack. I'm just kind of overwhelmed with suddenly I am famished. I actually bought, I haven't done this before, but I bought pasta sauce. And I was gonna be lazy for dinner. I was gonna use pre-made pasta sauce. Just the tomatoes were so expensive. Oh, take care, Lousy, and of course, yeah, I might take a little break here. Actually, last night when I got home from work, I stuck some chicken bones on the stove, and I boiled it for like, oh gosh, it must have been like 5 hours, right when I got home from work until I went to bed. And the stock that came out was quite nice. So today I threw that stock in with some rice. So it's like a little bit of chicken, rice, and then it's entirely cooked with just stock. It came out super nice. So I would probably just run over and grab a little bowl of that rice and gobble it up. Yeah, I think I am, because just thinking about it has made me even hungrier. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. 10-minute break. Where's my notepad? Oh, sorry, I made you hungry. 10-minute break. We'll be back soon. Do not steal my coffee, please. Alright, application window capture. Okay, select a window, notepad. Alright, I'll be back. And I promise I won't do anything to scare anybody when I come back this time. what a shame I missed that song. It's one of my favorite. And this is not. I like this song, it's not my favorite. Ah, that's a shame. Ooh. Is that somebody over there that's attempting to sneak in on the stream? Perhaps? Ah, there we go. I'm back. That is such a cute outfit. I love the flowers in the hair. And I'm not just saying that because my main has flowers in the hair too. I do think it's cute. Hello! Hello, Cow! And we're back to it. Where is my wrist support? Where'd it go? Yeah, I always do that. I drag it away with me and drop it off somewhere as I'm going to get a snack or something. There we go. Thank you! It is a pretty pink one that I actually don't know why I picked this one. Why did I pick this one? Oh, it's my only thunder attribute. Wait, that's damage to thunder target. That's not even ideal for this character. You know what? I think I picked it because it was pink, and this character's theme is pink. I should dye my hairband pink too. Phantom Sakura Crystal Frost Snow Elk. What a word salad, eh? Ah, yes, the sleeping mobs that you have to trigger in order to fight. I'm sorry, I think I didn't get the audio levels back to normal after I came back from the break. I had my bowl of rice and then I had an apple. And then tonight for dinner it'll be lazy pasta. Actually, they had a high protein pasta on sale at the grocery store, so I can only guess that it's unpleasant because the high protein stuff always seems to be. Oh yeah. Oh, getting more messages on Discord. So anyway, it was because it was such a steep discount, it was basically the same price as regular pasta. I'm like, well, I may as well try it if it's going to be free. Well, not free, sorry. If it's going to be no more than regular pasta to upgrade to Protein Plus. But I have to assume that it's going to be like weird texture or something because like high protein is a fad nowadays, right? So we'll see what happens. Lazy dinner. Pre-made sauce and high protein noodles. But you know, I was thinking that I'd make a bunch extra. Oh, I forgot I had to put this back down. I was thinking I'd make a bunch extra and just kind of have it ready to go for the next couple of days because next week for work I got the long shifts. I got the 10-hour shifts. Which isn't as long as the 12-hour shifts I used to do at my last job, but it'll still be long, so it'd be nice to not have to cook when I get home. What that also means, though, is that I've got the patch day, or rather the day after the patch for Genshin off work, so I can... I don't know. I could either do some Genshin streaming, or I can just go offline and lock in and just get everything done in the one day, as I tend to. S45, great question. Now, I don't think they have that in Taiwan yet, do they? So we should probably not anticipate it within the next 12 months, which is... it's a lot. It does kind of feel like, because of Aura Kingdom Impact, they were getting a little lax with this version, because the majority of what they released over the past year was the Abysses, and now that we have all of those, I suppose it's probably not going to be too much coming up over the next year, other than like the individual patch events. Nothing permanent anyway. But we'll have to wait and see. Who knows? Perhaps by slowing down Taiwan a year, they've instead made it so that Taiwan can merge into our server, or we can merge into theirs, because there's no longer that much of a gap. That would be a pretty exciting way to resolve the year drought. I don't know if I think Impact will pass us, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Gosh, if they get to S40 within a year, that would be such an insane pace. And I'd be very glad to have not continued. These S1 maps are surprisingly time-consuming, considering what came beforehand. Like, the 95 map was hardly, like, 15 minutes. Antemortem Eye. That was one of those Amnesia event items. I kind of wish they weren't grey. Because I farmed them once and then accidentally sold them all off to an NPC because I wasn't paying attention. That guy's location was glitched. I'm glad I went through the music on the playlist and kind of revamped it, but I keep thinking that I need to update the version I have as the playlist as well. And when I went on my playlist that I made on YouTube for it, I saw that some of the videos had been taken down and I don't know what's missing. So there's part of me that's like, do I just upload it all myself? And make my own copy of the playlist, like using my my alternate music account, so to speak? Goodness, what did I even call that? I think it was NMDS Hunter or something. But like, some of it might get claimed. I know that Genshin music doesn't get claimed, but I don't think they're super happy about people like just wholesale re-uploading tracks. So the other option is to make one long video that is just the music. But I wonder if my other account has a restriction on the length that it's allowed to update or allowed to upload. I don't know, it just might be fun as like a background noise kind of playlist for anybody to use. Now the other thing I heard is that in, I've never been to a karaoke place, but I was talking with people. Ooh, hour-long tracks, that might be a good idea, and like do thematic hour-long tracks. I still have the next episode of the Tasogare radio show that I've got to get finished and out, but it's like... There's something I'm waiting for that needs to happen before I can publish the next episode. And it's like, just... It's almost right there, but it's like... And I'm not waiting for anybody else, it's me. I'm the problem. I need to finish this thing so that I can then get the next episode out. But, like... Anyway, I feel bad because there was a couple people who had song requests, and they're gonna be in the next episode, but like, it probably looks like I've given up. I think I burned myself out of it by trying to get 4 episodes out in 2 months, like doing an episode every other week on top of everything else, and I was super proud that I did it, and then immediately I was like, I need a break. So there's, yeah, the problem is me. I need to lock in and get it finished. Honestly, I think the problem right now is just with my day job. Being on call, it feels like I can't really... I feel like I have to block out time ahead of time for what I want to do. And being on call, I can't really do that because I don't know if I'm going to work tomorrow. So do I block out time to work on it and then just scrap that if I get called to work? I don't know. But yeah, I think like it might be neat to just use my alternate account to just upload the songs that I want. That way I don't have to worry about them vanishing anymore, because I was so like... I looked at it and I'm like, literally none of these songs are that... Well, the obscure ones are the ones that I uploaded. None of these should be that hard to keep online, and it hasn't even been a year since I set up that playlist. I just don't know what's missing. Actually, maybe I should double check. Was it that they were removed? Or that they were, hidden or something? Hold on, hold on. View your channel. Playlists. Midday Cool Vibes playlist. I know that it definitely worked. It's not that the specific tracks were, It's not that the specific tracks weren't allowed on playlists, because it was definitely working, and I tested it myself, because obviously I'm going to be careful to make sure that when I'm setting something up it actually works. But yeah, it just says 4 unavailable hit videos are hidden, and it doesn't even say where in the playlist those videos were. Yeah, no, they're, I mean, it says there's 7 playlist plays, so 7 people decided to use that playlist after it took me so many hours to set up. But you know what? One of those 7 people was me when I was not able to use my own PC. I was listening to my own music on somebody else's PC. You know, it's been getting a surprising number of views. Like every week, YouTube sends me a roundup of what people were watching last week, and I'm sure it's supposed to motivate me on what kind of content is best to be doing. But generally, it's going to be the live stream because I try to do at least 1 live stream every week. But surprisingly, in the top 3 last week was the live stream that I did right after being on LTT. Like, and I'm pretty sure we talked a little bit about that live stream at that time, so maybe somebody was like, "Oh, I'm curious as to what was going on with that." But yeah, no, that was a big surprise for me that an old live stream got into top 3. Yeah, because it was the live stream, the news video, and then the really old live stream from last year around this time. But you know, cool, I guess. The Fuzzy Flower Picking Quest Guide. That quest is a bit of a mess, though. It is silly that it's necessary. Where is my... There it is. And honestly, those guides that I did for the oddities, nobody is going out of their way to watch an oddities guide just for kicks. But they certainly do have a long shelf life, because even like this last week there was a couple people that were commenting on them asking for help with stuff, and it's like, I'm glad people are still using them, because it did take quite a bit of effort to get it to 100% of them being covered. I'm also glad they didn't add any more in Navia, because I actually have not covered the ones in Navia. I probably should. Like, the other person that was covering them did have the Navia ones, and so I think I just kind of slotted them in after Crescent Hill, like in the description of Crescent Hill. Oh, you were watching some of the other old live streams there, Kai. You know, I figured that the good thing about some of those really old ones, like before I even had a microphone, I thought what would be good about those is that they could also function as like quest guides. So like if you're kind of stuck on a badly translated quest, you could look up one of those live streams and just kind of work your way through until you found the questing that was giving you trouble, right? Now, another thing I've always kind of wanted to do was to cut together, like, a supercut of all main quest from 0 to S30 in one video. So it's literally everything. Like, obviously, I don't have a way to do that live. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible to do it live, but it would be over 12 hours. But yeah, just like a supercut of every single quest. The way the classes are played too, I suppose that's true. My main concern would be that in like these kind of quests that I'm doing here, it's really hard to see how the class is played when everything's dying in one hit. But just in general, I feel like it might be a good idea to have just a supercut of the entire main quest, 0 to S40? Or S30, I suppose, because there is no S35 yet. Although, rather than one video with everything, maybe it'd be better if I just... I was gonna say if I cut together streams and then made it one map at a time so you could specifically go to the video for the map you were on. I don't know about uploading that and having it be like, what, 40 videos? I don't know, it just seems like might be I just feel like it wouldn't necessarily be great for my channel if I uploaded 40 videos, which is mostly recycled content, for the sole purpose of putting it into a playlist that makes it convenient to check for quests, when I know those are more like reference videos for long term. Just, yeah, it feels a bit weird to do that. Yeah, but I already have that on the live streams that currently exist, so it's just that I might want to cut out if I did anything else in those videos. Like, I remember there was one time I did a live stream with like 3 characters, and it was 3 maps in order, like the main quest in order. It's like a different main quest on each character kind of thing. I remember I did that once because I remember having fun making the thumbnail for it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd actually have all of the materials needed to just put it in a playlist and not upload any new videos. I just don't really want to upload a bunch of stuff all at once that would be like, you definitely don't want to watch this. It's only for like reference if you're struggling at a point. Have I been remembering to use my quest books? I feel like I've got too many left. Oh well. We'll take a look. Maybe I have to edit the names of some live streams and call them reference or something. These guys kind of hit hard. These guys kind of dodge hard. Well, this is certainly not going to be with the S1 representation, that's for sure. Now that I think about it, do I have a star color? Huh? AI slop filter? I'm not sure what you're talking about for AI slop filter, Plinko. Oh yeah, the mobs here are really bad. Don't feel bad if they one-shot you. That's really, really common. I would say most people probably do play on channel 1. Oh, what do you mean by on chat? I thought the chat looks cute. I probably should adjust the colors a little bit. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, your message was completely fine. I have no idea why that was blocked. When you said slop filter, I thought you meant that it was, there was something happening on the video feed for the stream. Dark Lancer to lightning and it does more damage. Interesting, because I've heard the Dark Lancer is a lot stronger, but it probably relates to how much of an archive you got for darkness. So, not sure on the details there, but the lightning bounce skill is very nice too, right? Because they've still got a lightning skill for bouncing there. Oh, videos is unlisted and make the playlist public. Okay, that might work. Yeah, unfortunately, with regards to the chat moderation settings, because I don't have a human moderator to assist me, my choices are this or nothing. There's nothing between what I'm currently using and absolutely no moderation. So, as you can imagine, I'm not super keen to fully turn off moderation for the chat when I'm still operating as a one-person operation. I'd say recruiting moderators, but it's a real thankless job. Sorry, Eliza, I kind of got distracted there. For what channel people play on, you probably won't see a lot of people around the maps outside of like around the dungeon entrances or towns. I don't like channel 1 because I think it runs worse because it is the most populous. But the other thing you might want to check is your little icon here, because even when there are other players around, for some reason, by default, for some people, the hide other players is on. Unlisted videos. Yeah, that might work. Uploading, like... Actually, I don't know how many maps there are total. I was roughly estimating about 40. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with the default click options, but yeah, when I installed on my old PC recently, hello, Triana. With regards to the subclass for Bard, I guess it depends a little bit on what you want to do. So for your Bard, are you trying to be a support Bard, or are you trying to be a combat Bard? Because if you're trying to be a combat Bard, highly recommend Shinobi. It is an excellent subclass for Bard, especially if you're going for the synergy between the Storm element, if you're going for like a Storm DPS Bard. As for a support Bard, better choice for a subclass if you're trying to do support is probably be... Goodness, I want to say Source, but I wonder how Stellar would work as a subclass. For a support class, as a support class. Yeah, Subguard is not usually very helpful in terms of, like, actually improving. Stellar Sub isn't fun? But yeah, so Subguard wouldn't do much for your DPS or support capabilities other than sharing drops with the party. So not sure that's the way to go. However, don't feel scared to pick your subclass, because you can change it for free once every 10 minutes. I haven't... Oh, you can't... I thought that you build the points just ambient, like by standing still, even when you're not in combat, but I guess that's a part of its main class function, eh? You're right, that wouldn't be very fun. But yeah, don't think too hard about your subclass, because you can try it out and see how it feels without investing a whole bunch into it, and then every 10 minutes you can use this reset button here that is not unlocked for me because I haven't selected a secondary class yet. You can change it free, so don't feel too pressured or worried about your initial decision. Just grab a class and go for it. I do recommend if you're looking to be like a DPS, to go for Shinobi, but I think Plinko is right that it's whatever is most fun is going to be the best one for you. Reminds me of the old moderators, or sorry, not moderators, I should say, the community managers. The team from Area Gamiko. They, I don't know how exactly, but they set their class to be Double Ravager. Can you imagine being Double Bard? Double Bard. It's not something us mere players would be able to do. doubt they would still be playing, because if you remember that as community managers, they were staff for the game. So if they had a private account, I don't know, that'd be like taking your work home with you, right? And their CM accounts would be linked to the management side of the game. So when the old CMs ceased management, they would have lost access to those accounts as well. I'm probably okay using them. So I doubt they would still play at this point, and if they do, they are definitely keeping it to themselves. But I can imagine that if your job was to be a community manager for a game, you would not feel like playing it after work. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like when I was a truck dispatcher, I certainly wouldn't dispatch trucks for fun. You wouldn't catch me playing Euro Truck Simulator after work, that's for sure. Unless. Next live stream, a former dispatcher plays Euro Truck Simulator. I can't say the thing that I want to say, so I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Yeah, I've got an NDA signed, so I can't say a couple things. I can't say some things that I do know. That being said, I really hope something happens soon. That's so vague, I'm sorry. I have something that I'd like to make a video about, and I really hope that I'm going to be able to soon. I'll leave it at that. I'm so bad at secrets. There's part of me that's like, oh, I want to say it, but I can't. Well, I don't know. It's not about the thing. You don't know what thing I'm talking about. There's many things. There's a lot of things. Vague posting. Oh, the thing with the stuff! You're right, it is about the thing with the stuff. But I can't say more than that. It's classified. There's so much stuff I wish I could say. So I'll pour a cup of tea instead. Since I'm out of coffee and I didn't think to make another coffee while I was taking my break earlier. And I couldn't possibly take another break now to make another cup of coffee. Although, you know, I did pull out... I got an AeroPress a little while ago as a present. And I'll admit that I don't use it a ton because I really like my espresso maker at home. But I pulled it out recently and it's very, very quick compared to my manual press. Where'd you get that from, Plinko? I can't believe you suggesting that I upload videos as unlisted gets blocked, but saying that I'm selling nukes on the black market for the Canadian government does not? Like, this chat filter could use some work. Yeah, but like I said, unfortunately, I can't afford to hire a moderation team. And it is just me. Like, honestly, I tried to work out a way that I could simulcast because I was interested in streaming on Twitch as well. I find Twitch to be very overwhelming compared to YouTube. Like, YouTube is very simple and easy for me, whereas Twitch seems very overwhelming and hard. So I looked into a way that I would be able to stream to both simultaneously, and I could do it technically. Like, I appear to have the technical capacity to do it, but the idea of trying to moderate two separate chats at the same time as learning to use the simul streaming stuff and whatnot. Yeah, here I was thinking I'm gonna start streaming on YouTube because I betcha it would be easier because I've already got my stuff there. But I find Twitch to be very yeah. Oh, hey, Cryo6! I don't know, something about Twitch just seems really overwhelming, like it's a lot more serious. And I'm not very serious. Or good at streaming in the first place. Actually, I still haven't fixed the thing. Oh my gosh, I completely missed it! It says, Clairol joined as a subscriber. Thank you so much! I'm really bad at this whole live streaming thing. I can't even keep a proper eye on my chat. Oh. And actually, I can't even see my third screen because my microphone is in the way. Which is the screen where I've got my VTube Studio. And you know what I could use right now? Considering I actually have had 3 coffees, we should probably add another coffee. You sending more things that are getting caught by the filter, Plinko. When will you learn? Alright, another coffee right there. There. Slightly more aesthetic. Okay, well, that one should definitely have been blocked. I can see why that one would not have been okay to have. And the other thing I get scared of is, like, I lurk in people's streams on Twitch all the time, and I get kind of scared because the self-promotion is obviously no good. But, like, I get kind of worried when I interact with the chat, because I'm worried, like, when I try to chat with the streamer, because I get worried that they might think that the entire purpose is just trying to, like, self-promote and whatnot. I get nervous about that. Oh gosh, like on Twitter, I was attempting to try to create a little bit of a following on Twitter because I really like seeing all the other VTubers that are on there that are doing cool things and have beautiful art. Love seeing all that. So I was trying to build up a bit of a presence, I guess is the best way of putting it. And you know, some people started messaging me, but after I picked 3 people that seemed less likely to be bots, after dealing with those 3 people, all 3 of them very quickly got to a point where they were asking questions about specific monetary transactions. Like, one said, we should do collab art, and I'm like, we have had 1 day of conversation and you'd like to do collab art? Like, right. So I told them, no, sorry, not really in the budget. The next person was like, can I see your model? And I was like, oh yeah, no, sure, it's just my profile picture. And they were like, oh, don't you want a better one? And it's like, well, you know, I do, but money. Expensive. And then the third person was asking about, like, we were just chatting again, and it got to another point where we were talking about models. And I said, you know, not really in the budget right now. And ever since I told those 3 people that I do not currently have a budget for art or model or whatnot, like, not a single person has messaged me since. So I am quite confident that the only people that actually just reach out and follow small creators on Twitter are people that are attempting to solicit money in some way, shape, or form. Ugh. So now I consider Twitter to be my scream at the void platform. And now that I've got it contextualized that way, it's I think it's better. And who knows? Maybe someday when I go big, when I go professional, quit my day job, there'll at least be a backlog of, oh, actually they were real the whole time. Yeah, it is mostly bots, but there are real people there. There has to be. It's just that we're on islands separated by oceans of bots. Wait, it's just funny that I told 3 Twitter solicitors, I suppose you could say, that I'm broke. And nobody has DM'd me since. Howdy, Van Riel. Twitter. Idle midday soon. You know, I went to fill out the form on the website for the whatchamacallit, for the singing tutor. Like, cause they've got the location that I was looking at. It's a local music store. They have like 7 voice teachers that do solo lessons, like where they'll work with you independently. And when it got to the part where they wanted you to describe a little bit about your objectives, I kind of almost started crying thinking about how I just want more confidence. I start crying just thinking about it. I couldn't fill it out. I couldn't submit it. Because I was just so sad thinking, gosh, I just want a little bit more confidence here. Good morning, Ming. And Cryo6, I am actually doing pretty good despite the fact that I'm literally talking about crying right now, but yeah, I don't know. It also looks like you have to do weekly. Like, I was hoping I might be able to do bi-weekly. And so it looks like you might have to do weekly, which does make sense, because if you're using a teacher's time. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a reviewing applications for spots for singing teachers, and the application just says, I don't want to lose subscribers every time I sing. That would be sad. Although, you know, there is one of their teachers, it says that they also do like music mastering. And so I was thinking that that might be a really good fit, because if I was working with someone who also does music mastering, they might be able to offer some tips specific towards like recording music and not just singing music. And I thought that might be great, but then I got really, like I said, I felt really pathetic trying to describe what it is that I want to do. Oh, Ming, see, that's the problem, is no, I do not sing. I think a couple very kind people went to go change it, but there was a video I did where I sang a song. I didn't properly master it or anything, so I know it wasn't great, but the fact that that video specifically lost me more subscribers than any other video I've ever uploaded was like, oof. So a couple people, very kind people, went and specifically subscribed on that video to bring it back up to par. But yeah. I was gonna say I could sing the Canadian anthem a bit for you here, just as an example. And then suddenly, I was suddenly hit with this memory from elementary school, where we used to sing the first line of the song in English, and then most of the Canadian anthem in French, and then the end in English again. Crazy. Why did we do that? You know what, Ming? I am working on it. Okay, I don't mind saying this much. I'm hoping, like, it's kind of like a future dream kind of thing. There's a specific song that I would like to sing and then hire somebody to actually do a proper master of it and release, just for fun. And I know that will be super expensive, so that's not a short-term kind of thing, but I'm working on practicing a specific song with the intention of doing that at some point in the future, maybe. You tried to get Scar to unsubscribe? Maybe I have to check the subscribe to unsubscribe ratio. The video is specifically one called, I think 1v1 Me Navia? Yeah, 1v1 Me Navia. 300 sub special. What's the ratio at now? It's a +1! It's a +1! Ming, you know what, I don't know if I want to say the name of the song, but specifically the song is half in Japanese and half in English. Oh, Navia. It's Navia, the name of the main city in Aura Kingdom. So basically what I did was I held this contest where I would go to Navia, the main city, and you're gonna go check it out. Like I said, I didn't have any mastering capability. I recorded myself singing and played it with the karaoke from the song Wildfire, which was from Honkai Star Rail. So you can think of it as being particularly raw. There's no processing on the voice at all. Like, I don't even know how to use auto-tune, but none of that, of course. Yeah, lost subscribers on it, but it's fine. The contest worked that I went to Navia, and I just shouted in world chat, 1v1 Me Navia, and anyone who came to fight me got entered into a draw, regardless of who won. So it was just a goofy little contest where, and then I did a supercut of everybody that killed me, or times that I got killed, and I thought it was fun. So I sang a little song, and I said thank you for 300 subscribers, cutting out the part that sounded the worst. No, Navia from Aura Kingdom, the city. This city, the one that we're literally gonna go to right this second. But yeah, I was shouting in world chat, 1v1 Me Navia, and anybody who came and fought me was entered into a prize draw. I thought it was a pretty fun contest because you didn't have to beat me to win, but people that were, I think people that were a little weaker didn't really want to come fight, even though I said win or lose, you're entered for a prize. Yeah, and then after I handed out I recorded handing out the prizes. Is it a 0? Blinko! I don't think it updates that quickly. You really went and unsubscribed and it didn't even update fast enough for me to see, so no, it still says 1. Anyway, that's the story of the one time that I've sang. Oh no, because there was that other time that I sang a little bit of Linkin Park. And then after that stream, my sub count had gone down. But you know what? Maybe something that's really important for people to remember is that if you find something to be fun, you don't have to be good at it. I feel really strongly that I want to be good at singing, but even though I'm not great at it, I still do find it to be fun. Ah, no, Navia is in, like, the city. Basically, it just... come duel me for a chance to win a prize. Doesn't matter who wins, who loses. But even, I thought it was fun. We had a good time. Yeah, the Plinko's got the spelling there. Well, you know, I sing a lot, Cryo6. Like, when I say I sing a lot, I mean daily. So if I'm still not great at it, practicing daily, I probably do need the assistance of a teacher that knows what they're doing. That's all I'm saying. Oh dear, I've got a decent number of Dimensional Hall boxes here. What's her gear looking like? Sniper, of course. Sing with the intention of getting better, but that's what I'm talking about. That's why I felt like a teacher would be a good idea. Yeah, a vocal coach. So I was going to try and get one. Sing like opera. Oh, you know, and then there was that time where I said during the pumpkin stream that if anybody reminds me, I'll sing the opening bars of Nod Cry on the next stream. And then as I started the next stream, my heart was pounding because I thought for sure Plinko would have written it down so that I could make a fool of myself. But he didn't. Plinko did not, so I did not have to make a fool of myself. Right. She's got carnival buffs, but we should probably use a sprite too. I think if all it took was auto-tune, that'd be one thing, but I'm not confident auto-tune would be enough. The world appreciates your choice there, Plinko. Oh yeah, this is my tool storage character. Also, I kept the Aquila Platoon uniform because there's only one way to get that, and that's in the past when you started this class, you got it. Nowadays, you can't get it anymore. So we saved it, even though it literally looks the same as another costume. Future content! I've got my future content! Can't believe they never did anything with that. Alright, I was gonna say maybe I should use an Elite Sprite if I've got them here, but that's a 7-day. I'm not using a 7-day Elite Sprite on this cutie. I should also take her over Dimensional Hall 5 so I can run her through every day again. I think singing is great. I think singing is great. And like I said, I don't think you need to be good at it to enjoy it, obviously. Just that if I'm going to attack someone else's senses, it should at least be palatable. I'm one of those people that, like, when I'm driving around, like especially to work, if someone does something dumb, I'll cut into... Instead of singing the lyrics, I'll cut into singing, complaining about the people that are around me. Just cuz. Good thing. Gold AoE increase on the Devil Unleashed, huh? Probably gotta keep using these all the time. Boy, comparing me to Iron Mouse, that's Mount Everest versus the Marianas Trench. Just saying, you don't usually compare those kind of levels of things in terms of how high up they are. Shoot, right, I kept thinking I was trying to use a buff, or the quest experience buff item, but I'm not on this character. I'm trying to use my dimensional hull rewards between quests here, just because I gotta get rid of them. They really should make these just mass open. Oh, Snowhill Staff. This is the staff that I converted into a costume for my wizard, which is really hard to see here. Anyway, there you go. Beautiful staff. But yeah, the specific song that I have in mind, if I were going to do a song cover, it's not from an anime, but it is half Japanese. Convert? I'm not sure what you mean by convert here. I've just been kind of blabbing on a bit here, so I've kind of lost my train of thought. Oh, sorry, just one moment. My mother is texting me that my tracking will drop when I text my mother back. 1 second. Actually, my mother is going away on a trip next week, which means the dear, beautiful Stella will be joining me again for a week. I'm looking forward to that. It'll be nice. I mean, it means waking up every morning to a pop pawing at my face, but you know. That's just life. Stella is my mother's pup. She's a beautiful little lady. She is the cutest little pup in the entire world. I love her. My sister. My sister is actually older than me, so imagine waking up to a person pawing at your face, though. I don't think so. I took care of Stella during the summer, so what we had was when I needed to take a break on the stream to take the pup out for a walk, I put up little like fake Polaroid-ish sort of pictures of Stella and had them bouncing around the screen. Unfortunately, I did deactivate that, so I can't just turn it on at the drop of a hat right now to show you what I mean, but they were cute. She's a cutie. Actually, every year my mother makes calendars, like little wall calendars, so that are just a bunch of pictures of Stella. They're so cute. I love them. Oh, that's right. This guy keeps your own distance. You know what? Shockingly, Stella is a little older now. I call her a pup, but she's 5 or 6 now. She's just a little girl. She's always gonna be my little girl. My mom said that when she takes the pup out for a walk, when they pass sort of in the direction towards where I am, where we used to walk, she always tries to come back to my place after I took care of her for the summer. Oh, I am dropping the items I need. No, I'm not. These are random items that I do not need. No, and you might feel weird when I say this, but she is a long-haired chihuahua. Like, you know, little dogs, just, you can call them pups, like, for their entire life, right? But yeah, she is a long-haired chihuahua. She is adorable and lovely, and she sheds a lot. Oh, I'm sure I can pull up at least a picture of her, right? Hold on a second here. There we go. That's image. Okay. Browse. It's on my desktop because of course it's on my desktop. There. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Giant picture. I love Stella. This was a photo I took when she was staring at me because she wanted to go for a walk and I was cooking. Anyway, that's Stella. So yeah, the last time I had her over, when I had to take her outside while I was streaming, I put that on screen and then I had it bounce around like a DVD screensaver. So obviously I'll get that set up again if she's going to be staying over again. Oh yeah, my inventory's a debacle because of those unicorn crystals. They really should have made those not trigger as individual items, but as a stack. Well, a short-haired chihuahua do kind of have that energy, but long-haired chihuahua are, I don't know, I think they're cuter. Of course I would say that about Stella. And her name is Stella because it means little star. But, when I suggested it, everybody else was like, a streetcar named Desire. Now, I do have to admit here that unfortunately, Stella was attacked by a larger dog when she was really little. So she does not break the stereotype for not getting along with other dogs. She is quite yappy, but I can't hold it against her when, like, gosh, she must have been less than half a year old. It wasn't too long after she came home with us, and yeah, no, she got attacked by quite a large dog, and she was perfectly fine with dogs before then, but after she got attacked, she was just never really okay around them again. So, she's a little yappy around other dogs, but I can't hold it against her. Also, when I was doing my first awakening, and I got really nervous because I was getting super close and it was taking me 3 hours, Stella is the one who jumped on my lap and tried to calm me down because she cared that much about me. I died and took another hour after that, but Stella loved me enough to try to calm me down because she could sense that I was getting tense and she just wanted to calm me down. And you know what? I think the little calm down sesh with the pup did help me finish my first awakening more easily. I keep forgetting I can't mash that button to use them. It's one at a time, and I'll get through them. Gosh, that was years ago. Maybe she is closer to 7 years old because she was pretty young when I did my first awakening. I mean, it was pre-COVID at least. Gosh, that means she's got to be like 6 or 7. Yeah. So I had actually taken a break from Aura Kingdom for a while, prior to 2020. I think it was about a year, because I was focusing on my work, because I wanted to save up to be able to afford my own place. So I was doing a lot of overtime, and I just really didn't have time to be playing that much in the way of like online games. And so when I came back, gosh, I think I was like level 80 or something, so I was able to get to level 99 pretty quickly on my main character. And then from there, when I was trying to do Awakening, they did not have the option to skip it available. Like, there was no way you could just buy the keys. So gosh, was that a struggle to get to the point that I would be able to pass the Awakening. It was... I don't think I even had enough pen at the time that I ended up beating it, because like I said, it took me 3 hours of like just fighting straight. So I was probably doing just like a couple thousand damage per hit or something, right? Maybe that's a little bit of an underestimation, but I was clearly not properly damaging the targets. Because even on Scrub, I did much better than that, my first Awakening. And you know, not long after that, it was in early 2020 when I ended up applying to become a game sage with Area/GameEagle. Gosh, that feels like so long ago, but I can remember it so vividly, sitting there filling out the application thinking the worst that'll happen is nothing. It's crazy. Oh, it's the holy month of Ramadan. I was not aware. Hold on a second here. Sorry, gotta Google something. From February 17th to March 19th. Oh goodness, you know, I used to do fasting during the day for charity in high school. And I would struggle with that quite a bit. I was just double checking to make sure, because I was pretty sure fasting was a part of Ramadan, right? The area of Canada that I'm in actually does have a pretty good amount of an Islam community. I'm not sure how familiar people are with Canada, but the trucking industry has a lot of representation, actually. So many of my coworkers at my previous job were Muslim. Or sorry, Islam, I suppose I should say. And I do remember them talking a lot about Ramadan. I just could not remember all of the details because a lot of work. But yeah, no, the trucking industry, which I used to be like I was a dispatcher for trucking. Yeah, we had a... Sorry, just distracted a little bit here by those guys. Why do I not have my menus out? Ah, yeah, there was a lot of Islam. And I do believe... Oh gosh, this is going to sound really insensitive. I'm not super familiar with a lot of different religions because I'm not super religious myself in any way. Which probably sounds bad, but we also had somebody that would... we had a room set aside for somebody that had their prayers as well. So we had some pretty serious religious people at our last company, yeah. But I used to do fasting in high school when we were doing charities and stuff. Like, gosh, I really don't think I could do that anymore. I'm gonna say I'm not the healthiest person in the world. I'm working on it though. Oh. Wait, isn't Lent coming up too? Oh yeah, Lent is too. I don't think it's so much fasting though, it's just giving up something. Do we leave the dungeon? Yeah, I think we do. You know what? I'm often very sleepy, and that's one of the things, like, I've said it before, that I had a goal that I wanted to accomplish in order to allow myself to order that ridiculously expensive but very pretty skirt. It was a health goal, and it has to do with the fact that I am drowsy quite a bit. I do kind of run myself a little bit ragged. Giving up respect for Order Kingdom devs for Lent. I don't know that you really gave that up. I don't think you had much of that before. But yeah, no. One of my specific goals for my health did have to do with the fact that I'm very sleepy, and I would like I'm trying to make some changes to my diet, for example, as well as my my fitness, with the intention of hopefully impacting how much time I end up being drowsy. And you might think that I drink coffee because I'm drowsy all the time, but actually that's not true. I just think coffee tastes good. In fact, I once spent, gosh, it was about 2 months drinking only decaf, and it wasn't like I was fine in terms of like I was doing okay. My biggest issue was that the water processed decaf coffee is a little milder in flavor and it's not quite as tasty, and that was my biggest thing, was that the coffee wasn't quite as good. It wasn't the fact that it was missing caffeine, it was the fact that it was missing like a solid 30% of its flavor. Yeah, little respect. But yeah, one of my big objectives is that I'd like to try to do something for my health that makes me feel better. And that is involved. Coffee makes you drowsy? I'm fairly confident coffee doesn't make me drowsy. I just also think it doesn't keep me awake. I've probably completely destroyed any sensitivity I have to caffeine. Boss Coffee. I'm fairly certain I tried that when I was in Japan because the cans look really cool. Like they were black cans with white text. Oh gosh, Cryo6, you've reminded me. Back in high school, there was this energy drink that I used to have all the time called Beaver Buzz. And honestly, it was so tasty. I wish there was a soda out there, Saskatoon berry flavored, because holy crap, they were so delicious. And I didn't like that they were energy drinks because I wished that they were just regular pops so I could have them and not be like putting my health at risk. So like, the most Canadian sounding drink. It is a Canadian energy drink. So if you're ever in Canada and you want to try an energy drink that actually slaps, Saskatoon berry Beaver Buzz. I'm not making a throne. I'm not gonna make a throne account. At least not right now. Maybe I never say never, they say, right? But no, so like Beaver Buzz Saskatoon berry flavor, it's just this really, it's so good. There's nothing like it. And Ming, I totally get what you're talking about there. throne. Okay, so the reason why we were joking about it was because the other day on Twitter, somebody posted this thing, and it was like a tracking setup for it was a tracking setup for being a 3D VTuber, like where your room, where you would be able to just move around in your room, and one single device with like no suit, no like body trackers. It just one device, one camera device would catch everything. And they were like, and with my code, you can get $4,000 off. And so I'm looking at it and like, hold on a minute. If their code is $4,000 off, how much is this camera? And it turned out the default price was $11,000. So like this tracking LiDAR camera thing was $11,000. And so I made a joke that I was going to open up a throne and just put that on there. And Ming, it's beaver, like the animal, the beaver buzz. It's really tasty though. If you want to Google it, the blue can one, that's the best one. Really good stuff. I haven't had it in years. Actually, I haven't had it. It was on promo for it? No, it was regular price 11,000. Yeah, because people were talking about how it's only $7,000 if you act now. Sherbatsky? I'm actually not sure what that is. Hold on, I have to Google something. Oh, the Canadian in How I Met Your Mother. You know, I've actually never watched that. Oh, it was $13,000 by default. Yeah, I don't know the character because I've never watched the show. Sorry about that, I missed it completely. But yeah, no, like $13,000 for a tracker, and I know that like a 2D model is less than $13,000. And since I'm still working on that, maybe I'm not gonna dream of a $13,000 piece of equipment. Goodness, with that kind of money, I could take another trip to Japan. Any good Canadian series? I mean, there's that one with the hockey players that everybody's talking about, but I'm not watching it. 3D models with bad tracking are freaky. That being said, I don't have a lot of space, so I don't even know how I'd be, like, whether or not 3D tracking would even be, like, useful. Like, when I have a VR headset, right? Like, I've got a VR headset. The only place I can use it is on my patio. Oh, curling drama. You guys know about the curling drama? Oh gosh, I saw this really crazy edit with the curler guy that poked the rock, and they edited it so that the dude came in and was poking all the figure skaters who were falling. Anybody else following the curling drama? Because even I wasn't following it too closely, but my mother curls, so I asked her for her opinion on it. And oh boy. So, like, according to my mother, the dealio is that in curling in Canada, there's a specific rule about not touching the handle of the rock after you've let go or once it's past the hog line. So they've got sensors in the rocks that can tell if you're still touching it when it crosses the hog line, which is the first line. And, sorry, distracted. But they don't have sensors in the granite below. So according to the Curling Canada rules, even though they might have been written in a way that was intended to not allow it, strictly speaking, there is not wording that prevents you from being allowed to touch the granite. So in Canada, you are allowed to touch the granite of the stones. Curling content. Yeah, but so like in Canada, you're actually allowed to do that because it's explicitly not allowed, right? But World Curling is not allowed. So clearly the answer here is that we should change our rules in Canada to more align with the international rules. And also, my mother was very upset that he swore because she said that he ruined the reputation of Canada. So I'm sorry, but our polite reputation is now in pieces because one curler swore at the Olympics. And also, Kai, if your feed is covered in curling content, I highly recommend you look up the drama about the brooms, because holy crap, the story about brooms, it's crazy. But yeah, specifically the poking the rocks thing is the Olympics, but Broomgate, oh guys, it's totally worth a watch. There was there was a podcast that came out recently. I believe it was done by CBC. And then I also found a really well-made video about Broomgate. Basically, if you know anything about curling, one person throws the rock, two people kind of follow the rock down with brooms, and they sweep it. And part of sweeping is it will help direct the rock a little bit. Obviously the way that the person throwing it throws it is the majority of the work, like in terms of how much weight you put behind it to get it to go to the right spot or go fast enough to be able to knock out other stones. There's a lot to it in terms of that, but basically you have two people sweeping and there's only so much they can do. But one day a guy came out on the ice and they used one sweeper, and it looked like he could just control the rock to put it wherever he wanted alone, because he had a new broom head. I know, it's crazy. It is so dramatic. It is so worth watching. Highly recommend looking into Broomgate if you're interested in niche drama. It's a real story, honestly. I don't want to spoil the details if you have never heard about this before, but highly recommend finding a good video about Broomgate. What do you mean weird sports? I curled when I was younger, I'll have you know. Saved it. You're gonna go watch the story of Broomgate? It's seriously crazy. But when I curled, when I did curling in high school, the most fun I ever had curling, because I was kind of like an extra person on a pro team, and basically it was that they had their 4 people, but one of them couldn't make it to that specific a rink on that specific day, so they needed an extra person, and I was like, yeah, sure, totally, I'll be your lead, which is the person who throws first, who's I'm not gonna say their shots aren't important, but they're the least pivotal in terms of, like, if your lead screws up, you still have a chance to fix it because they're the first rocks that are thrown. I mean, they set the tone, but like, yeah, no ice sports. I mean, curling is, what, like ice shuffleboard? Is that what that sport is called? You slide rocks down the ice and you try to get them as close to the middle of a target on the other side. So like this team that I was with, they were like I'm not gonna say pro, but they were a competitive team, I guess is the right way to say it. And I was just playing with them because one of their players couldn't make it on that day of the week. But it kind of sucked because they were so intense about it. The most fun I had was the day that they were off at a spiel and I stayed behind, so they matched. Like, I just went in because I thought, whatever, I'll just show up. And they stuck me with a team of 3 little guys, like 3 kids. like one of the boys' younger teams, they threw me in to be their skip, so I was the one that made the calls. And honestly, that day where me and the younger guys were just having fun, like they must have been elementary school, right? They weren't playing seriously, they were just there to throw some rocks down the ice. We had so much fun that day. That was, like, honestly my best memory of curling, aside from the day at the end of the season where we kind of had a we did a contest where basically you just try and draw to the button, so everyone throws, I think we got to throw 2 rocks, and I was first. So I threw my 2 rocks, and one of them kind of got in the house, and it was fine, but it wasn't really that close to the button. So I'm like, yeah, whatever, okay. I drew to the button, I got it in the house, whatever. Despite the fact that the competitive team members each also got to throw stones, and we were competing against one another and everyone else on the ice, I won the draw to the button, because I was the only one that basically got in the house, because you didn't have sweepers, you had to just throw it the right way. And I won a giant chocolate curling rock that I never ate. Do I still have it? I might still have it. Hold on. I think I decided that having more than 10-year-old chocolate in my cupboard or in my drawer there was a bad idea, so no, I don't have the chocolate rock in there anymore. And what do you mean, bad influence? I taught those kids to have a fun, and they won. Although maybe the reason why they had so much fun was because they won for the first time. It was a solid chocolate curling rock, and it was probably... It was bigger than my fist. My hands are pretty small though, so that doesn't say much, but you don't really get solid chocolate at that size for very many things, so I probably should just eat it. Oh well. Midday was... Oh, I see. Midday was throwing rocks at houses and thought it was fun. Well, in curling, you call the house, like the rings at the end of the of each side of the ice, the house. So, yeah, we throwing rocks at houses here. Sorry, specifically, it's in the house when it's inside the rings. Do I have to wait for them? Yeah, I think I do. Oh, even Jamaica has ice sports? I'm actually not entirely sure why that ended up getting blocked. I know I definitely did not eat it because I would remember eating that much chocolate. But it was like, it was extremely heavy, so I know that it was solid and not hollow. Yeah, it was like... Gosh, it must have been like at least 3 inches across the bottom, maybe more. Maybe 4. I don't know. I'm trying to convert to American units. It's filled with not chocolate. Who knows? It's a mystery now. We'll never know. Unless I put it in that cupboard. 1 second. I don't think it was in there either. It was solid gold on the inside. And if I had only eaten it, I would have been able to retire today. As in, eaten around it and found the gold inside, then stowed it away and sold it as the gold market takes off. I don't know what I was going for there, I'm sorry. Well, you know, the interesting thing is that they didn't want to play with me again the next year. So, I didn't have a team. Oh, but one time I spared for my mother's team, and apparently I did really good. At least, good enough. It was a USB with 50 bitcoins. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, though? Making a chocolate treat with a USB and bitcoins in it? Couldn't be the United States, that's for sure, since you can't have fun things inside food in the United States. As long as I don't have the curling rock, we can never know what's inside. Is that what you're getting at? Alright, here we are. Probably not hell mode. Yeah, we're just gonna go solo. Hard. I mean, you wouldn't be able to beat this quest in party mode anyway. I think I've heard about that too, Fenrir. Like, there was a contest, like a tournament, where with bitcoins as a prize. I swear I've heard of that before. I don't know if it was Halo, but like, then you hear about the guy that bought the pizza, right? Bought a pizza with Bitcoin. I had a coworker at my dispatch job actually. He had left before I did, but he was totally into Bitcoin, and I wonder about him. I wonder if he held on long enough and retired early. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to imagine that kind of thing happening. I've never really been involved in anything to do with cryptocurrency at all. Oh, I'm about to ruin my quest. Hold on. Got distracted again. After this character, I should have just one more. And she's almost done, actually. She's halfway through S30. Here we are. See? Almost goofed, but I caught it in time. I don't know why I'm not summoning my devils. Increases pen by 2%. It's pen by 2%. And HP recovery. You know, that could be... I wonder how that works, because it's a flat HP recovery amount there, so I wonder how that would work in, like, a Nightmare. Sorry, I was just thinking about curling again. We tried to start a curling team at our high school, actually. And by try, I mean they put out a call. Anyone interested in curling, show up at the library. Let's have a meeting. And 4 of us did show up. But I was the only one that actually had any gear, so everybody else would have needed to rent gear. And the other issue we had was that we'd basically just be able to throw rocks down the ice and back, right? We'd have to get rental time, or like we'd have to borrow time from the or at least sign up. I don't know how much they'd charge a school that was trying to get interested in curling, because one of the issues with curling in Canada is that you don't really have the same sort of casual level play. Actually, the area I'm in, baseball, is super big. Like, there's tons of baseball teams. Softball, I guess it is. And you can basically find enough teams for a league at any level of expertise. Like, there's so many baseball teams. Softball. Sorry, I'm actually not super familiar with, like, the different nuances of softball and baseball and whatnot. But basically, yeah, there's, like, oh gosh, when I was talking with my mother about it, there was, leagues from A to, like, J, last time I checked. One league for each letter. Like, so many, like, league levels that you could play in. Yeah, there are tons of baseball diamonds around here for people to play in. But basically, it's super huge, and you can find a community to play at no matter how competitive or casual you want to be. But curling doesn't really have that. So they do try to encourage young people to get into it so they can start to develop that. Yeah, not a ton of people interested in it here. You've got the super professional competitive teams, and then it's mostly older casual leagues, actually. And you'd think it's kind of funny that a sport where you have to stand on the ice wearing slippery shoes is popular with older people, but yeah. I don't know. I've always thought that was kind of odd, but yeah, we tried to get a team started at our high school, and I think after our first meeting, what we realized was that number one, we only had 4 people, so we couldn't play against anyone. And number 2, we'd need to get other schools involved as well if we wanted to actually compete against other schools too, so it kind of fell apart. If we had 8 people, it could have been neat to do like randomized teams and whatnot, but the other funny thing about it was the 4 people that showed up were also the 4 people that competed in the math tournaments. And you'd never know it now, but yes, I used to compete in math tournaments. Alright, Miss Cutie is done. Look how cute she is. Look, I know I've said it a couple times, this is one of the more easy to access costumes, but the blue on the scythe, that blue color in there, kind of picking up on the blue glow that you can't change inside here, makes this work super well with this, I think. Anyway, I'll never change her costume. Alright, next is Midnight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Evenfall is done, and Kalis is 1 away from hitting the next level, or the next quest, so that is going to come up soon, but Midnight is the only one I know for sure has more quests to do, so I'll finish up Midnight, and then I think we're done for the day. Probably going to be somewhere around the 4-hour mark, so that matches up with my intended stream length. Oh yeah, I was using Anubis. Look at this lady! She's gorgeous! The crit damage is probably a little overkill for most people when they get to end game now, because most people probably are filling out their crit damage no problem. But my character isn't, as far as I'm aware. Although she's not in Agni, so maybe she is a little bit overcapped on crit damage. Oh well. Yeah, I got about halfway through. In second map here. Huge! Okay, so, yeah, she's got this giant scales thing going on. Right? Slaying with her giant scales thing going on. And then they did the New Year's version. Where's New Year's? I think she was fire? No, not fire. Okay, I'll just go display all and scroll down. New Year's Anubis. They got rid of it! She's just sitting on a sword. Yes, I do have my Anubis 4-star. My New Year's Anubis is only 1-star, though. Anywho, I've already done a couple quests onto this map, so honestly this shouldn't take too long. But this person has the jack-o'-lantern, which I probably should have just been using on all of my characters as I was going, but I'm not smart enough to think of doing that. Again, former mathlete right here. Can't even think to transfer an item around my characters. Well, Genbu was one of the ones we got free recently, so you, is that where you got Genbu for the first time? Was when they handed her out in the mail? Although, when it comes to Eidolons that I'm currently working on, do I have them on a character right now? Yeah, I'm still working on Gaia, to be honest. I've got Gaia. This is Summer Shuten Doji and Christmas Andrea are the ones I'm currently linking. Or at least I would be if I was linking anything. I wanted to do a short showing off the Eidolon's linking animations. And it feels like it wouldn't be that... Like, it's time-consuming because it's 10 minutes, right? What happened with rings? Well, they haven't done a very good job of making them available in-game. Area was pretty good at keeping rings accessible by just basically constantly having them on the Paragon. And X-Legend has not. So they've handed out some non-tradable ones freely, but in terms of just the way that the monetization works, for them, I wonder whether or not rings were handled differently on the original Taiwanese server, because like were they accessible in the cash store and they're just not on ours or something? Like something's not computing right, because they haven't been doing a good job of making rings available for people. Honestly, we just need to have this square on Paragon just always be rings. And I don't think that would even solve the problem. Like, I think the best solution would be to have rings being available for a really high LP cost. Like, I'm talking, like, 30,000, 40,000 maybe? So that it's not like you could really quickly completely trash the value. Oh, I'm supposed to read the books, aren't I? But, we really do need to make them accessible somehow. I've still got a couple, so I'm not in trouble just yet. Well, right, because your cap LP is 99,000, right? So if you were to add rings up here in the weekly, one for 25k, one weekly for 25k, but yeah, I feel like that wouldn't be awful. It's just that rings are kind of mandatory for your archive, right? Like the fourth level of the archive is the most impactful. So it's really bad that the rings aren't more accessible. It's just that I'm jaded and I feel like it'll never happen. So part of me is like, why bother asking for it if it's never gonna happen, right? Scrub got kind of lucky. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm pretty sure Scrub has like 4 rings, 4 tradable rings, plus some non-tradable ones. So My scrub is doing pretty darn good in that respect, that she's got some supplies there for once she's got them 4-starred. But I might end up selling those. Might end up selling them to myself. Look, I'm not going to send Scrub free things, but I might steal her stuff. In a pinch, Scrub stuff is my stuff, but my stuff is not Scrub stuff. I know where I can get a good deal on rings. They need to be more accessible, though. Or hey, what about something like 200,000 dragon points? Right? Like, we're grinding out dragon points every month, but it's not like there's a ton of things that are super accessible, right? Like, sorry, not accessible. It's not like there's a ton of things you really need dragon points for. So the incentive to farm dragon points, despite the fact that you need it, and I'm doing a bad job of it this month, don't look too closely. Yeah, what about 200,000 gold dragon points for a ring? Not like here, but here. It'd be a great incentive for running dungeons, and like, it's an absurd amount, but at least it makes it accessible, right? And ones from the encyclopedia are not tradable. Anyway, I'm just spitballing. Yeah, 200,000 gold dragon points. I'm trying to suggest something that is still a really big target, because clearly they think that the rings are extremely valuable and shouldn't be super easily accessible. 200,000 gold dragon points isn't that much if you're running consistent dungeons, but you need to be actually seriously running dungeons, so as a reward for running dungeons, I think that would be like a... I know you may not like that as an answer specifically, but it's just an idea. It's an idea. I use my golden dragon points on weapons right now. Maybe 100,000 dragon points. Are we heading towards the boss? Yeah, we're heading towards the dungeon. We're almost done this map too. If there's any devs in chat, please consider my dragon point suggestion. But don't consider it too seriously. Yeah, like I said, I normally spend my dragon points on weapons right now, but at the very least, you could see where I'm coming from, is that it's, it would be a way to actually make it incentivized, right? Kai, I'm gonna say probably not. Because you're going to want to upgrade to an S-level weapon once you're there. So unless you're trying to struggle your way through an awakening, in which case you might want to. There's a lot of resources that it would take to get your weapon to plus 20. And it's hard to say if it would be worth it if you're just going to upgrade once you're past awakening. Oh shoot, I forgot you can't beat this one in solo challenge. I guess we're doing 2 runs. Well, or maybe it's fixed. Maybe we'll call this a test to see if it's fixed. Why do I have an egg following me? You know, the reason why I'm not so quick to say definitely don't is because I used my wrong element plus 995 weapon on my scrub account for a very long time. And the other thing you can do with it is throw it in your holy chest after you're finished with it. A level 95 weapon is probably not ideal for your holy chest, but at the very least, it is a holy chest weapon that you've already got fortified. If you put it up, right? Like your, not your like sacrifice holy chest, but this one. As you can see, mine is all low level, level 65 stuff. But, yeah, the S5 is probably a better choice in terms of like investing resources because you're going to be using your S5 weapon a little bit longer. But if you are trying to solo your way through or I guess I shouldn't say solo since it's always fighting alone, but if you're trying to fight your way through an awakening, your 95 weapon might be good to get to like 15. I'm pretty sure it was 15 on my scrub. And as long as it's gold, it's not a write-off, right? Like you can throw it in your holy chest after you're done. And I mean, technically you could use the transfer scrolls. If you got the Uber goodie bag, you should have some of those transfer scrolls in your inventory. Those ones work on the kind of yellowish background ones, I want to say. Hold on a second, I don't know why I'm saying this when I could just look it up. These ones, these superior ability transfer scrolls, these are the ones that you get out of the Uber goodie bag that came in the mail at level 30. There's a bunch of boxes inside, but there's also gear boxes, and every gear box also comes with 5 transfer scrolls. So if you have these handy, you could use it to bring up most of your fortification level to a higher level weapon. I don't think Kai has alts that would work, but at S5... Yeah, no, at S5 you probably would be better off going for a gold S5 weapon. The S15 is the one that would, yeah, no, the Sevi doesn't count. Sad. Why did I get 2 chests? The S5 weapon, or the S15 weapon from the New Abysses would be a little bit harder to farm if you're not super well geared to. Alright, now we gotta do it one more time. Although somebody told me there's a couple classes where the where the 95 gold weapon really slaps. And I don't remember offhand which one it is. $92, rare. Yeah, but if it's the wrong element... It depends what class. Kai, sorry, were you doing a lightning class? Because the lightning, you can't even access the level 95 dungeon or 95 weapon until you have a level S10. Ditto for Storm. Yeah, there's a lot more level S95 gold weapons than there used to be, eh? Wizard! Okay, then if you're playing as a Flame Wiz... Pseudo trying for S level 1 Rav, because the gold axe has a bad passive. Yeah, I picked up on my Awakening, on my Scrub account, I ended up doing that as well, where I used the Dragon Points and the Sky Tower sigils that you got from the presents that you get in the mail. I used those to be able to pick up the Sky Tower S95, or S95, I'm so used to saying S. Level 95 weapon, and it was pretty good. Except for the fact that it was holy. It got me through. Gunslinger. Yeah, the problem with Gunslinger is that the 95 weapon for Storm is locked on the S1 map. So if you've already passed S-Awakening on one character, and you can beat the level 95 Abyss 2 in Storm, that could be a really good move for your Gunslinger for Awakening. It could be. but you'd have to have an already awakened character because for some silly reason they stuck the Storm Abyss on the dungeon you can't access till after awakening. Alright, now we can beat the right version of the boss, and then I'm done for the day. Where's Garrus? Outside. Ugh. Right around 4 hours. Oh, that's kind of what I was aiming for. Oh. Time to go make my pasta. Yes, time to go make my pasta. It's dinner time. I mean, yeah, if I just happened to find the right weapon, I would totally throw, like, in the weapon in the right element, I'd totally throw it on the auction house myself, but 95 weapons are from Sky Tower. So, those are most of the 95 ones anyway. Really? We're gonna end on this song? Hold on. Wait, what song is this? Hey, we're going back to Navia. That is really it then. That is... Oh, and I used a pumpkin. I wasn't paying attention and I used a pumpkin. I was trying to click the other pumpkin. So my evasion is debuffed on this character. It's kind of random, so sometimes you'll use a pumpkin transmog, and nothing will be different. In this case, it looks like my crit tanked, and so did my evasion, and maybe my defense. But sometimes nothing gets tanked. You just never know what's going to happen when you go pumpkin transmog. Alright, so this is going to be the final quest turn-in as far as I'm aware. Pretty sure it just ends right here with Ima. So your homework for this weekend is you need to go check out the Broomgate. There will be a test. But otherwise, happy Chinese New Year, Lunar New Year. And happy Year of the Fire Horse. Hopefully you guys can get some rest. I'm gonna go make myself lazy pasta. Catch you next time. Oh yeah, 55-minute Broomgate video. Go for it, Kai! I hope you enjoy it. It is a story. I hope you enjoy it. That's right, Ming Curling. I'll catch you guys next time though. Bye-bye.